acquired the Master Sword and are returning to the Dark World. The first 3 dungeons are down. I think we have 7 more to go. I love this game. I can't get enough of this game, guys.
Hey, listen.
Hope everyone is doing well. I'm having a pretty productive evening. I just recorded a bunch of new stuff for a new music video for Instagram. I think it turned out pretty cool. I've got a lot of editing ahead of me though. Yeah, I'm stoked about this whole setup. I'm glad we finally got this working. If you watched our last stream, there were some technical difficulties. It took a while to get everything working, but everything's working now. So fingers crossed for a smooth stream with no technical difficulties. Anyways, let's get to it. I'm kind of starting late by even Cube Dude standards, so let's do it.
Hey, listen.
All right, let's get to it. This is a pro backseating run, by the way. We're very pro backseating. Oh, this looks so good, dude. I cannot get over how good this looks. Oh, there's a heart piece. Well, this is off to a great start. This is off to an excellent start. I love it, no frames dropped. You guys, I've made some adjustments to Navi. Her turning is a little smoother. This is the best Navi's ever looked. Almost the best Cube Dude's ever looked. I've lost so much hair in the last month because of COVID. I think it grows back. Mellow Midna! Sora, what's up, guys? Mellow Midna, is this my Midna? What up, Dipsy? Good to see you guys. Welcome. We are doing A Link to the Past, as you can see. Greetings, salutations. I appreciate you saying that, Dipsy. That means a lot that you spread the love like that. Dipsy, you're a great human being with an excellent voice. And Mellow Midna, welcome. It's Sugar Mama. I missed you so much, Sugar Mama. I thought it was Sugar Mama. So we are now streaming in 1440p. I redid all my overlays for 1440p. I don't know if you guys have seen my new Super Nintendo. This is a SNES Junior. It was a later revision of the Super Nintendo, but it has really good video output, and it's going into the RetroTink 4K. It looks great. It's a little yellow, as you know, sometimes consoles turn yellow, but the video quality is great. It doesn't support 1440p, oh no. Gotta have the full 1440p experience, but it's okay, I understand. Let's get out of here, skedaddle. Yo, what's going, hello, Junior. You guys, I redid Navi a little bit, so her turning, check this out. She turns a lot smoother. I was kind of unhappy with like the turning radius, so I spent a while tweaking Navi's animation. We have 3 bottles, 2 fairies. Let's get that annoying noise away. Sugar Mama, how you been? We miss you, Sugar Mama. Oh, the options grayed out? That's crazy. Yeah, what's up, Lake Guts? How you doing? Happy Thursday. The thing I love about Thursday is it's one day before Friday. It's like an extension of the weekend. We're big fans of Thursday on the Cube Dude stream. Yo, what's up, Blake? Tweaking Navis. Oh, wow. Okay. Dark World is kind of cray-cray. Thank you, Lake Guts. I spent a lot of time redoing it, so as I've said, Navi turns a little better now. Her turning was like a little abrupt. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I just had to watch the animation. Yeah, what's up, Blake? Oh my god, Motu. Good to see you. As to each you, my friend. I'm doing pretty good. One of my lady friends and I are going to see each other tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to that. I just recorded a bunch of some footage for like a new video project. That's why I started later than I typically do, which is already pretty late. Let's be honest, Cube starts probably too late. What's up, Chad, buddy? Chad on the streak, dude. How you doing? So everyone who witnessed the technical breakdown of my last stream, you'll be happy to know that I've worked out all the kinks. And Navi is smooth and is flying around as smooth as ever. The gameplay is as smooth as ever. We had some Zelda technical difficulties on the last stream. Let's be honest. That's funny. Good to see you though, Chad. I hope everyone's having a good Thursday. I love Thursdays because it's practically the weekend. And you've got, you know, Friday and Saturday ahead of you. Huge fan of Thursdays. It's a little crowded on Twitch on Thursdays. I almost don't like to stream on Thursdays just because it's so crowded. To the Friday phone, the precursor to the Friday phone in. This is maybe the best game ever made. I'm like starting to really think that way. This is such a good game. It's sad that they never made another 2D Zelda quite this good. I mean, there's Link's Awakening, but Link's Awakening has some limitations. Having to like constantly equip items is annoying. I'm glad you got Navi fixed. She looks so smooth. Thank you so much, Chad. Yeah, main thing I changed. What's up, a Dark Name Vader? The way she turns is a little more smooth, especially when she goes over my left shoulder, your right it would look like your right. Yeah, the way she turns is a lot better. I made that Navi puppet in Adobe After Effects back in 2019. And so I'm just revisiting work from 2019. It's crazy. I had to like figure out what 2019 Cube Dude was doing and how he like rigged it up. I kind of forgot it. People seem to be pretty impressed and curious about the Navi puppet, which is I'm very flattered. Is this really a Link to the Past that looks different? So this is a slight mod of A Link to the Past where they have like made some visual changes. For instance, Link does not have pink hair. For some reason, Link had pink hair in the original Super Nintendo Link to the Past. This has a different translation. You'll notice the magic meter looks a little different. But for all intents and purposes, it is the same game. Just with some minor visual differences in a new translation. It's like two files that merge over your key. Yeah, 100%, Chad. It's we get something for this. I forget what. So it's the same animation split into two different files, and one of the files goes above my webcam and one of the files goes beneath my webcam. But yeah, that's the short. You have it right. Which I kind of like, but this is a nice amount of non-linear presentation. Yo, Chad, good to see. Oh yeah, front layer camera. Yeah, 100%. But in After Effects, it's all one animation, but I just like cut it in half, and then there's the back half and the front half. I should do one of these days. I'd like to do an After Effects stream, or just like maybe some more creative streams to show you how I do some of this stuff. Share some of that with you, because let's be honest, I love producing the stream. I'm not the greatest gamer. I love the artistry of games, but I'm not the greatest gamer. But I'm a good producer. Oh well, I appreciate you noticing. You will notice when it tweaks. It will tweak out occasionally. If it flashes, if Navi flashes when she goes over my left shoulder, your right. Yo, Richard, thank you for the
Richard
sub.
Entertainment just resubscribed for 20 months.
20 months. Here, let me catch up on chat real quick. If she flashes when she goes over this shoulder, I need to like hide it and unhide it to reboot the animation. That's the only way it will sometimes tweak out. And I shouldn't have told you that because now you'll know when it's tweaking. Let me just catch up on chat real quick. I played this, you know, I beat it 10 years ago and I barely remember that playthrough because I was pretty baked on my last A Link to the Past playthrough. I never would have figured that out. Impressed as an art. Lake Guts, I really like your Inktober stuff. Lake Guts does some pretty good art. More than pretty good. Very cool. I've been interested in seeing those kind of compositing tricks and yeah, we should do some. I'm working on some new layouts right now that I haven't announced. It's top. Thank you, Lake Guts. Not enough Navi animation chatter on this stream. Nice revamp cube. I appreciate that a lot. Dude, Richard, I had such a good time on Richard's stream last night. Richard also just revamped his stream. I want to shout out some cool people in here, such as Chad, but also Richard. I think you have the potential to become the retro hockey guy. Wait, 1 second.
Hey, listen.
I think so. Richard has been like trying to get the Stanley Cup in every 90s classic hockey game, and he just redid his like whole setup, and it's awesome looking, dude. And I think you have the potential to become the hockey guy of retro Twitch. And I had a great time, dude. I really like everything you did on your stream. I really have been meaning to talk to you about making. Oh yes, Chad, I would be open to like giving or selling you mine, or maybe making some minor adjustments to it. Yeah, I would love to. I already have a Metal Gear codec overlay partially built, and I'm happy to like revamp it for you or just give you what I have. Like Chad is an awesome musician, retro streamer, and yeah, I'd love to contribute to the Chad music stream. I gotta be here for the art and the layouts, but I appreciate that. Yeah, let's do a creative stream one of these days. I'll just show you how the sausage is made. Layouts gotta be an art form. Dude, I'd like to think I'm turning layouts into an art form. Oh dang, that's dope. Yeah, so Richard, yeah. And I love just shooting the shit with Richard too about like movies and like the film industry and music. Yeah, I have this AI snake thing that I set up where he responds to what you say. Oh really? That's awesome. An AI snake, that's awesome. One of our friends also made an AI Metal Gear thing. Resident Emil, who is not streaming right now, he's taking a break. He's made an NES game. Resident Emil made an NES game called Cube, and then he also made an AI snake thing. That sounds really interesting though, Chad. I would love to see that. And yeah, I can definitely hook you up. I would love to contribute. Like I said, I already kind of have a Metal Gear codec thing. Create live on stream? We should do that. I see a lot of people doing like illustration streams. This is me pantomiming illustration. It would be cool to do more like, I don't know, something overlay. Or I'm not much of an illustrator is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, please feel free to. We have a good time as always. And yeah, dude, Chad Music, you guys probably know him, but putting a lot of cool music, retro content out there, and just like a genuinely sweet, nice person. And he will like bust out his Stratocaster from time to time, or his keyboard, and just rock out to whatever the background music of whatever retro game he's playing is, and it's delightful, dude. I love everyone is upping their Twitch channels. I'm sure AI has helped. It's so great to see more entertaining, creative stuff on Twitch. Feels like a bastion of DIY. Yeah, totally. That's one cool thing about this is it's like an extension of your personality. Everyone presents the games differently. We're all pretty much playing the same games, but we're presenting it in our own unique way. And I know AI has helped my overlay production a little bit. Actually a lot, but there's still a lot of human creativity goes into it. I'll have to show you the process. I am working on an unannounced thing right now. I just finished drawing stream, but I'm not graphic designer, so I'd love to see. Oh, you do drawing streams? Yeah, no, I'd got to catch that. Two sides of the same archive. Yeah, I wish I could just have a pen and paper and create something awesome, but I'm very reliant on digital assistance and digital tools. Yeah, it is very slippery, but yeah. So stupid. That's the best part, is the stupid nonsense. Like the Sora AI videos on Instagram have been so funny. Anyways, let's get back to the game. I love a good convo with you guys. Oh yeah, sorry, I saw you. What DVDs did you get? A Darth Name Vader. I've been getting some DVDs. My Trinitron is getting repaired, and I'm actually imported a new component to RGB converter from England that apparently bypasses the copyright protection. There was this thing called like Microvision that added copyright protection to some DVDs, and when I try to convert the signal from component to RGB, it just fucks up. But I've been getting DVDs too. I just got Eyes Wide Shut, Aqua Team, Robot Chicken, Boondocks, nice, the complete series. That's awesome. I've been getting the Simpsons DVDs, but they have the weird copyright protection stuff. Oh, the Mr. Rogers stuff. Yeah, sorry, you got the Rat Cousin is doing. I've seen some of the Mr. Rogers stuff. You visit, oh, I thought you were talking about the Mr. Rogers AI. He builds a puppet show world in Unity on the fly and has multiple chatbot sidekicks in the world, and he can visit like he's a pixel art Mr. Rod. Wow, okay. Adult Swim vibe. Oh, he's Adult Swim alum. What's up, Ghost, my friend? I love you, Ghosty. That sounds awesome. What's his name is Rat Cousin. Is this on Twitch? When you mentioned Mr. Rogers, I thought you were referencing the AI Sora Mr. Rogers videos, which are quite amusing. I busted them out at Thanksgiving. There's one of like Mr. Rogers drinking 40s with Eazy-E. Well, if Ghost is streaming later, I think I know where we're rating. Oh, that's cool. Okay, Rat Cousin. Let's remember to check out some Rat Cousin. Okay, let's get back to the game. I think we're playing a game.
Hey, listen.
All right, as I mentioned, we've revamped Navi a little bit. Later in the night. Well, okay, well, I hope I get to raid you. Was it you who disturbed my nap? Here, take this away. Yo, Darth Name Vader, thank you for the follow. This is the Quake Medallion. Its magic causes violent tremors and stuns nearby enemies. This will really drain my magic meter. Did my notifications not go off? PS5 batteries replaced, 2 to go. Do the batteries in the DualSense controller just wear out? Because those can't be that old. The PS5's not that old, right? Play the game in reverse. I need to refamiliarize myself with this game before I start doing a randomizer. But that's a great idea. I'm really starting to think this might be the best Zelda. There's so much Ocarina on Twitch, and don't get me wrong, I love Ocarina. This is so similar to Ocarina, or I should say Ocarina is similar to A Link to the Past. They work fine, their capacity is just shit by high. Oh, that's cool. You got their higher capacity. I like that you're modding the controllers. I tried modding the Joy-Cons and failed miserably. I think I just destroyed a Joy-Con. This was years ago though. This is the best one. Yeah, I'm with you, Crunchy. Since the pandemic, but damn, I can't believe it's been 5 years since.
It's go time.
Yo, Sunshine, thank you so much for the sub.
Sunshine XO just resubscribed for 8 months.
Thank you so much for the sub. How you doing? I guess it has been 5 years since the PS5. Has it been worthwhile? Has it been worthwhile? Oh shit, we hyping already? It's good to have the eat ass back. This one is so good. I think a lot of the Ocarina people should really give this one another chance, because Ocarina was just this game in 3D. with maybe slightly different combat. And it sucked. I think Sora, you mentioned Minish Cap, which is a great game. It's not quite as big as this game, which I think is the result of it being designed for a mobile console. To replace the 6 on the DualShock 4's rubbery gooey gloves. Light Guts, thank you. Happily Quirky, this is your.
Late
That's
Guts
awesome.
Just
Happily.
resubscribed for 4 months. Okay, for the hype.
But it has single mechanics that ruin them. The Zelda games, the 3D Zeldas, all lean into a single mechanic pretty heavily. Like Majora's Mask, it's like time manipulation. Twilight Princess, it's the wolf gimmick, etc. Skyward Sword, it's the flying gimmick. So they all have a gimmick. One thing I like about this in Ocarina is they don't really have a gimmick. You could say the Ocarina is the gimmick in Ocarina, but yeah, Happily Quirky, I'm glad to hear that. We were just talking about how I think this is not only the best Zelda, but maybe the best game ever created. It just, it created a whole genre pretty much, or popularized it. The Ocarina, I don't know if it qualifies as a gimmick. It kind of does. I might be working on a new hole. My new overlay might not have a new Goy hole inspired thing. How you doing, Happily Quirky? Exactly. Great point. The sailing in Wind Waker. I guess that is the gimmick, is the time traveling.
And Jesus wept.
Oh shit, Darth Vader, thank you. Thank you so much. Season 3, nice. Season 1 of Seinfeld's a little funky. I would like to get those on DVD so I can play them in the back of the stream on my Trinitrons. Thank you so much, Darth Vader, for the bits. I appreciate it. I guess, yeah, the time traveling. It's a good gimmick. And I mean, this game, the gimmick of this game would be traveling between the light world and the dark world. That's kind of a gimmick. I want to say that was a gimmick that Twilight Princess kind of played with too. We need the hammer. It's hammer time, baby. Oh yeah, don't pay for streaming services unless you absolutely have to. You thought you were done. It's like, oh, it's just beginning. A new 2D pixel art Zelda. I never played Echoes of Wisdom. Yo, Schlot, we Schlotting, baby. Good to have you Schlotting with us. Oh, Neil's back in action, baby. I'm gonna play Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess is great. It's a really good one. The 3D ones are all pretty good. I think every person's gonna prefer a certain gimmick. Some people might prefer the sailing, some people might prefer the flying, but they're all like a certain level of quality. In the furry world. And then there's a lot I like about Link's Awakening. If that had been a console game, it would have been so much better. I hate having to like constantly press start to equip new stuff. That is so annoying. We're drawn to specific aesthetics and tone. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm kind of with you. How do you feel about the aesthetic of Wind Waker? Whoa, this is crazy shit. Yeah, just make the game for consoles. I guess back then that was a new. They wanted. Oh shit! Thank you for gifting to Dipster.
Dipsy subscription. Lake Goods gifted a tier 1 sub to Dipsy.
Handheld when I was a kid. Really, never played handheld as a kid.
The channel.
I loved Wind Waker a lot too. But holy shit, this one. This is the Zelda game. Beavis and Butthead, nice. So I usually have 2 Trinitrons behind me, but one is getting repaired and modded. And once I get this new scan converter, I should be able to play like just about any DVD on the RGB modded Trinitrons. The boat parts ruined it. The overworld maybe feels a little empty at times, but I personally love it. I mean, Jork and Lurk. Lurk and Sleep Jork. Okay. Enjoy and have a good Jork and a good sleep. Thank you so much, Lake Guts. I look forward to seeing some of your drawing streams, and I appreciate you supporting the channel and being a homie. Yeah, your commitment to the train did not go unnoticed. It might have been... Oh, we achieved level 1. Nice. I think that's good. Now that's a face I haven't seen around. I take it you're here in search of the Golden Power. The weird synthy warbles in bloom. I love having the conversation about 3D Zeldas.
Fuck you, Bowser! Fuck Lakitu running a train, baby!
The side quests are better here too. I'm kind of with you. The open world in Ocarina, Hyrule Field feels kind of empty in retrospect, although it was mind-blowing at the time. They really packed a lot of content into this little world of A Link to the Past. They don't really waste a single inch of it, as where there are some like kind of pointless areas in Ocarina. And they were still...
Fuck, man! It's
a mystery.
It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma!
Even the killers don't know who killed them. It will only obey the one who first touches it. The man who creates this world brought forth all that you see as a reflection of his heart. Oh shit, we're getting into the creationist theory. Cube Dude created the world in 7 days by avarice and have become a monster like the others, blinded by avarice. So this is a different translation. I think it kind of is, it's more aligned with the later games, like the sword that seals the evil, stuff that they would add in later Zeldas. They kind of add it to this, but I think this is different from the original too. What the fuck is this piece of that's from Oliver Stone's JFK. Essential jorking. Not even the killers know who killed him. There's only a way to restore this place to what it was. A worthy hero must overthrow the vile adversary and claim the golden power. Meanwhile, I'll be waiting patiently in this form. But how mischievous it was of this realm's original inhabitants to leave the golden power behind. Or to call it by its true name, the motherfucking Triforce. Yo, they just name dropped Triforce for the first time in Zelda. Or at least in this game. It's the first time they said it. The classic formula. Ocarina does follow this blueprint pretty closely. But Ocarina also extends the tutorial section quite a bit. This game doesn't have quite the same tutorial, extended tutorial. It's from Tales of the Crypt, I think. Oh, okay, Pesci was in Tales from the Crypt. That show always just scared me as a kid. Okay. Abduct something. It does have an ocarina. What is this? Just hearts. I'll take it. Oh, we can shoot beams, baby. We're shooting beams. This does have an ocarina, but it does not allow one to transcend space or time. Yeah, this does have the ocarina, but it's not as important as it would be in the next game. There's a lot I do love about the world of A Link to the Past. Oh, yo, thank you anyone who contributed to the hype train. I appreciate it. All the subs, bits. The gimmick in this one, you could say, is the magic mirror, which teleports you between the light world and the dark world. This was before we knew what a gimmick was in a Zelda game. We just thought, this is just Zelda. This is just Zelda. It is, the transition is faster. I do appreciate how you can actually play the ocarina like a fucking keyboard or something. I've seen people on TikTok like play like popular songs on the ocarina. Oh nah. Yeah, they were still figuring out a lot of stuff. But this game is such a huge leap forward over the first one too, and the second one. As where Mario World is not as huge a leap forward over Mario 3. It is in some ways, but like not as dramatically as this was. Playing the songs, I like how music is just a huge part of the 3D Zeldas. Like playing the song that's a cool mechanic. I remember the game Loom by LucasArts, a DOS game. Hopefully someone's playing it right now for December. That also had music as like a puzzle solving element, which as a like amateur musician, I appreciate that a lot. But I think you have a point though that it is a little tedious. Yeah, the limitations are such an asset. Loverish was playing some of my Super Nintendo music on her stream last night, and we were talking a bit about how only having 8 channels is actually a great thing. Can I? Choo-choo, thank you everyone who's contributed to the hype train. Much appreciated. Backseating encouraged. I think, oh, here we go. Never mind, I got it. Enjoy your DVDs, buddy. Have a good sleep and a good Friday. I'll be back either Saturday or Sunday. Let's see. Is Navi flashing? Let's see if Navi is gone. She's not flashing, yay. The monkey, that's right. Thank you, Motu. Yeah, gotta get that monkey. We gotta pay him money. And let's get... I keep forgetting that I can just press L and R to switch items. Let's get the bomb. This looks potentially bombable. The monkey, yes! Ghost, what are you streaming tonight? What am I gonna be raiding into? The dye Link's hair back to pink to be accepted by the populace. That's funny. I never understood why he was pink. Was it a color palette limitation or something? Let's get that monkey. Oh, monkey. Harmonies, percussion, not really get lost in the yeah. Yeah, exactly. You don't get lost in the weeds of it. Oh, you're in the office. Okay. Ooh, banana. Good timing. This also looks like something I should be able to move. I think we gotta travel through these bushes. I got a bush for you, man. Bush light does a body good. Does a body good. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, I got the monkey. Kiki, I love rupees more than anything. Can you spare 10 rupee? All I have to drink is an IPA. George, just the tower's good. That was gold, Jerry. That was a real gold Jerry moment. These guys take a lot of damage. Okay, throw. Yeah, what is he gonna blow his rupees on in the Dark World? That's a great question. Then he unlocks... No, where'd Monkey go? He's gonna blow his load on Cannon's face. We've all considered it. I lost my monkey. Bananas and hookers. He's a real Miles Davis. This might be a real stroker. This is gonna turn into such a stroker. Okay, we got the monkey. I somehow lost monkey. Somehow lost monkey. You're gonna spank this monkey. Okay. And now we need him to open the thing. Oh, maybe he doesn't like the Pegasus boots. Oh. He doesn't like it when you do when damage. See, this is adorable, and this is kind of like... Remember in Majora's Mask, you have to rescue the monkey? That's like a big thing in Majora's Mask. It all starts here. Doge! Or he'll bail. I've had so many monkeys bail on me in my life. Sock collection is good. I haven't sold any socks in a minute. It's been a minute. This is where life got complicated for me. The first 3 dungeons were pretty easy. I seem to recall one of these later 7 dungeons being tough. So use interpretive dance. I'll see what I can do. 3-pitch voice. That's another example of doing a lot within the limitations. Yeah, was SNES and Game Boy only had like 3 or 4 audio channels, and one of them is dedicated to just making noise. So as you guys know, I have dabbled in making Super Nintendo music. That's another thing we need to do more of on stream. I have a whole setup for making SNES music on stream. We'll have to do that again sometime soon. But I would love to learn how to make NES music. I've seen it done a lot. There was a band, the first 3 Cake, 5 in the Dark World broke you. Oh, so I think this would be 4, right? I think this is 4, so hopefully this one won't be too bad. These dungeons are tough though. I think these Link to the Past dungeons are objectively more challenging than most of Ocarina's dungeons, with the exception of like Water Temple. Oh, so this would be 1. So this is 1 in the Dark World. Just only 2 voices for harmony and bass. I know, it's pretty cool what they were able to come up with within those limitations. Okay. Whoa, that got crazy. Can I put fairy dust on these bad boys? They're fun though. 4 is funny, fighting the blind thief. My friend, don't these things turn into like fairies? Nice. Ooh, I should have caught it. What? Too late. JizzXL, can you hear me? It's me, Zelda. I'm imprisoned in Turtle Rock on top of Death Mountain. Turtle Rock is a cool name. Okay, we're gonna come for her. Did I, we have a key, okay. That was just, an exposition dump. There wasn't really anything on the right side here. Loves me some exposition. When I watch Inception, I only watch the first hour. And I skip the end. I'm just there for the exposition. You know what you're getting for Christmas? Fat. You're getting fat. That's funny. Whoa. Don't you get the hammer in this dungeon? We need hammer. That was a Santa Cat? Santa Cat is funny. Santa Cat is bringing the fire. Whee! This looks bombable. Am I right? Let's just see what's in here first. This looks highly bombable. That looks like a trap. We need the hammer. Hammer of the Gods. Bomb. A very strokeable wall. This is the most strokeable Zelda. This is a highly strokeable Zelda. Boom boom boom. Oh, we need a key first. Thank God, dude. If I had to stream a whole like 20 minutes without Sora, dude, that would have been painful. Much more advanced this game is than the I know. This is such a leap forward over NES Zelda. As where Mario World is only slightly, it's only a slight leap forward over Mario 3. Visually, it's all the tiles that they're using. What's up, dude? Hey. Does this look like a kissing booth? The tiles they're using to make the dungeon are pretty cool. Like how, like the wall looks like it's 3D, but it's not. Mario 3 is, I think, my favorite of the classic Marios. I still remember my older brother and father coming home with it, and it was in the big yellow box. The dry hump. This is definitely, yeah, definitely some dry hump vibes. We're definitely pro dry humping on this stream. As we're, so they had what? They had 3 Zeldas, or excuse me, 3 Marios on NES. If you can, 4 if you count Lost Worlds and Doki Doki is 2 different things. As where Zelda only had 2 games. Miyamoto was not involved in the second. They made, I've talked about this before on the stream, but they made a 3rd Zelda for NES that never got released. It was supposed to release like the same year as Dragon Quest 3, and they just didn't want to compete with Dragon Quest or something. I'm doing pretty good. I'm looking forward to Friday. I got some plans for Friday. I was just recording some video for a new, oh sweet, I can jump. I was just recording video for a new music project for Instagram that I'm kind of stoked on. Hopefully you guys will be seeing that sooner than later if you're following me there. Jumping at the arrow save, that's good to know. I'm backseating encouraged. Oh, it's already Friday. If you guys are curious about my non-gaming projects, I have a lot of animation and music projects. I think Instagram is probably the best place to follow me. I don't go by Cube Dude, I go by my Hebrew name. Oh, here we go. Which maybe someday I should not do that. Second, but I knew as soon as I read the first comment, I knew you were going there. Thank you, happily quirky. So I make all my own overlays on here, but I also do other sorts of projects, like illustration. I make some Super Nintendo music. It's a little all over the place. I do some fun video projects with my 5-year-old niece. There's a couple on there. I was wondering if I could, I think I can do this from in there. This is gonna be crazy. Can I do a diagonal? I think I had it. Oh, it's just out of reach. Yo, what's up, Sai? How you doing, buddy? Speaking of people who do multiple things, I just learned Sai, you do music? How did I not know about this? How you doing, buddy? I'm an Uncle Cube dude. I have a whole bunch of stuff to do on Adobe Suite. Yeah, oh yeah, Doge, I saw you did your PlayStation overlay, turned out cool. You just been playing Metal Gear or DMC3. For me, getting to stream the games is my reward for making the overlay. Yeah, Sai, that's awesome, man. Tell me a bit about your music, dude, and how you doing, by the way, buddy. Anyways, I was gonna say about the NES chiptunes, I used to see streams for the composer RZ. Oh yeah, the CDI inspired Zelda, or the game that was inspired by the CDI Zelda. I heard that was great. One time he was transcribing classical piano music for NES in a tracker. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Button Masher. Here's something crazy. I don't know if Chad Music is still here. Chad Music has collaborated with Button Masher. Chad Music and Button Masher have the same birthday, and they did a song together. It was awesome. Oh nice, thank you. I will check this out. I just saw you message me the track, Sai. I'm stoked to check it out, man. I love meeting people who are obviously into retro gaming, but also into like music or are amateur musicians or composers and just creative people too. So I'm stoked to check that out. I know if it's as good as the Retro Sai stream, it's gonna be very impressive. Same manager saying the overlay looked good while I was just playing. Yeah, that's awesome, man. There you go. It looks great. I saw a French streamers at whoa, nice. December, maybe later. I'm gonna try and make a more bigger TV. Maybe. Okay, that's cool. You did your overlay in Photoshop. That's cool. Like drums for 32 years, guitar for 20, and I'm really proud of it. I just saw you talking about it in I was in Scone's stream earlier. That's awesome, dude. Drums for 32. Damn, hell yeah, dude. Button Masher is definitely an inspiration. I saw a band a rock band use an NES in their band. They were called Anamanaguchi. And Anamanaguchi is probably most famous for doing the music for the Scott Pilgrim video game. They also have their own albums that are really good. But yeah, they would use an NES kind of as like a lead melodic instrument. And I don't know what software they were using to program it. Oh, these guys. Okay. This is a cool little puzzle. The question is, how am I gonna do this guy? Here, I think I know. Okay, this is blowing my mind. Fuck. I have to, it's something with like this, obviously. Just need to not face each other. I'm stoked to check out that track though. I already liked you, and now that you're a musician, I think I like you even more. Yeah, I'll check that out after the stream. Do you have like a Bandcamp or a SoundCloud, and like what sort of what music are you into just generally? I know we're all into retro gaming here, but aside from retro gaming, like what inspires you? A character who is a beat maker. Music production. Yeah, it's nice to have a reason to produce something. Like it's gonna be part of a bigger project. Yo, what's up, Kazu? Cube of the Dude Clan. Man plays the socks like the spoons. I got kind by like Rock Prog, Polyphia Unprocessed. Okay, I don't know those guys, but I know Rock. I know Prog. It seems like I know you mentioned you have a background in drumming, and it seems like drummers love prog. It's a good genre for drummers. Oh wait, here's an idea, guys. I was gonna say, if you have a Bandcamp, feel free to or a SoundCloud, feel free to link it. You guys should all follow Sai too. Okay, what? I think I have this down right. Maybe not. Oh, and Spotify, it's funny now, all my friends who are like producing music, we used to just release our self-produced music on like SoundCloud or Bandcamp, but now everyone is just putting it on Spotify. It's crazy that you can have your own your personal music projects on the same platform as the Beatles or Queen. Your music is side by side with the greats. It'll be everywhere. Yeah, okay. That still kind of blows my mind because when I was more ambitious about releasing music, it was all just SoundCloud and Bandcamp. That's cool though. My older brother just put some music on Spotify. Is that I got my Photoshop chops by making Tumblr memes like 15 years ago. I had one thing go like borderline viral on Tumblr. Okay, here we go. There we go. I can't believe that took me so long. Here we go. Okay, I got it. I got this. Oh, no, I don't. I got it. Okay, I got it. Fuck, I keep doing things. I keep saying I got it, then making the same mistake. Let's go. On the side, I produce all my ex. Oh, nice. So your ex-wife does music too. What music software do you use? Thank you for the GG. That should not have been as much of an endeavor as it was. Whoa, man. What's going on? There's something going on here, dude. Whoa. There's something going on here. Is this bombable? This looks potentially bombable. No. Oh yeah, what's up, Cakes? Love a Cakes raid. Thank you for shouting out, Cakes. Yeah, what's up, Cakes? Let's see what Cakes is up to. Cakes, that's a music fan. You got a big music fan in Little Miss Cakes. Just chatting is my favorite game. Awesome, Evil Cock. I'd love to see Evil Cockman has been hanging out with Little Miss Cakes. That makes me happy. What's up, Jovine? What's up, Raiders? Welcome in. You guys, we're doing a Link to the Past on my new Super Nintendo. This is a SNES Junior. It has really nice video output. Big fan of the SNES Junior. Going into the Retro Tank. Planet Crafter and Half Sword. Nice. Were you listening to some music?
Hey, listen.
I just want to say hi to the Raiders. Hello, I'm Cube Dude. We do everything on real hardware. This is my second playthrough of this game. It's been a long time, so backseating is encouraged. Little Miss Cakes is rad. Huge fan of music. Fan of shooting the shit. Music always helps the vibe. I'm glad to hear that, man. That's right. You know, I didn't hear about Youngblood until you mentioned that to me. Depends. You're working on or doing Reaper, Soundtrap. I've heard of a few of those. I've heard of FL Studio. Okay. I'm a fan of Logic Pro. I used to do Ableton, but now I'm all in Logic Pro. I know we need to get rid of this heart noise. I just wanted to say hi to the Raiders. Let's go back to the game.
Hey, listen.
Okay, let's get rid of this noise. Also, this puzzle clearly involves doing something with this. Whoa, okay, hold up. What if I shoot this thing? Okay. I appreciate, oh my god. It was so obvious in retrospect. Now, did I lock myself in here? Backseat, help Cube win the game and give 50 subs for a chance to win a free month of Twitch Turbo. I love the Evil Cockman. You've been hanging out with Little Miss Cakes. Emphasis on coming. We need to get rid of this noise. The Raiders are gonna think I'm a bad gamer. I'm such a good gamer. Oh, we need the hammer. Where's the hammer? We really need the hammer. Do I have to? Yeah, oh, that's a good looking out. Use the mirror. Thank you, Motu. That's why Motu's the brains of this operation. I think you're just a bad hammer. Oh, I should be able to use... Can't we hammer with the boomerang? I clearly have no ham. Link needs a ham. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad. You should all be following Little Miss Cakes. Also check out another great streamer, Retro Psy, who puts a lot of love into his setup. And I just discovered is also a musician. I'm looking forward to checking out their music. We're all here for the eye candy and definitely not the terrible gaming. What's up, Ruby? Yeah, no problem, man. And also, Ruby is awesome. We love music. We love music on the Cube Dude stream. What was everyone's most played Spotify track? I think I've had the same like 4 or 5 bands as my most played Spotify tracks for the last 3 years. It's always some combination of like Beach Boys, Bob Dylan, Beatles, Youngblood. Nice. No. Moonbeamy, Seaweem. I don't know the Moonbeam. I had some new stuff be my most played because they really surprised me this year. What's up, Aaliyah? What? I don't know if I listened to any 2025 albums. Moonbeam, Ice Cream, Benson. Bone. Okay, yeah, I don't know that. I have just not followed new music. Taste by Sabrina Carpenter. There's a conversation to be had about Sabrina Carpenter. I'm seeing so much Sabrina Carpenter on like Instagram and TikTok. It's kind of crazy. She was third for you. I think I like the song. She has a few good song ideas. Man-Child is a good idea. What's the song? Like, When Did You Get Hot? It's like, okay, that's an interesting idea. I can't say I don't like the production. I really don't like the production. So this is a slight mod of the original Link to the Past. It like makes a few visual changes. It uncensors it. Link's hair is not pink like it is in the original. It retranslates the game, so it pretty much plays the same, but it just has some slight slight changes to it. How you doing, Aaliyah? It's good to see you, bro. My top 5 songs. I got crazy. God, I'm so out of touch with new music. Let me see what my top songs were. Bitter. I'm bitter. I like I said, there's some stuff I'd like about her. You know, Mr. Fantasy. Okay, my number 1 artist was Bob Dylan. Number 2 artist was Utopia. Todd Rundgren's Utopia. That's a new addition to my year end. Number 3 is the Beatles. Number 4 is the Beach Boys. Number 5 is Mikkel. My number 1 song is Always Late by Utopia. And then the next 2 are also songs by Utopia. I should be in hospice. I know, I'm that old. It's weird seeing, like, I remember when the millennials were at the center of popular culture, and I'm kind of coming to terms with the fact that like a new generation has come and are taking over popular music, they're changing the way we speak. I'm a millennial, but my music taste, I really do not like a lot of new music. I pretty much, dude, music peaked in 1973 and it's been on a gradual decline. As a millennial, I think I witnessed the tail end of great music. Grandpa is Blue Chew. With that said, I haven't really made much of an effort to listen to new music, and I'm sure there's some good stuff out there. My friend did send me a Sabrina Carpenter song that had a cool like Moog synthesizer, and that was my favorite part of it, was like, oh, they have a Moog synth. That's pretty tight. But the new generation has come. Okay, I'm listening. Glacier Covet, man. I'm feeling so out of touch now. But yeah, my music tastes are very much like 20th century. Mumble rap infuriates you. That's a great... Someone get Grandpa his Blue Chew. I do feel like an old man though, like having these conversations and realizing I have not listened to any of the same music this past year as literally everyone else. And the only reason I know those Sabrina Carpenter songs is because it's like all over social media. I do like Tame Impala. What Dracula, Gorillas. I didn't people not like the new Tame Impala? Dude, the Tame Impala guy is kind of like becoming a little weird and creepy. That's my opinion. The old Tame Impala stuff is so good though. If you're into mumble rap, I do like some of the new hip hop. I have one friend who sends me like all the new underground Gen Z hip hop stuff, and like some of it is pretty cool. I was early on the Tame Impala bandwagon. Someone sold me on Tame Impala because they're like, the singer sounds like John Lennon. He does. Kevin, what's his name? Kevin Parker? He sounds a lot like John Lennon. And dude, their first like 4 or 5 albums are money. But I've kind of just fallen off of the train. And the new one it did not click with me in the same way. Tomorrow's do a skedaddle. Yo, Ruby, have a blessed evening too. We love Ruby. Everyone make sure you're following our good friend of the channel, Ruby and Pixels. We love you, Ruby. Have a good one. Yeah, so Aaliyah is also a musician. We need to shout out Aaliyah too. What's up, Emo, by the way? How you doing, buddy? Aaliyah's music, I went to college in Olympia, Washington, and Aaliyah's music sounds like it would have fit in very well with the music in Olympia, Washington. I wasn't a huge fan of the album, but I like a handful of song favors are currently in Slow Rush. God, Tame Impala was so good for a minute, though. We Only Go Backwards, Elephant. 'Cause I'm a man, woman. Unknown Mortal Orchestra had some good stuff. The vintage recording, yeah, I like stuff that kind of is trying to sound vintage. The Lemon Twigs, does anyone know the Lemon Twigs? That's like, they're 2 brothers, and they're very much drawing upon like Beach Boys, glam rock. They're very much channeling like a lot of the older music I like. Lemons, Stallane. The Lemon Twigs are awesome. Arcade Fire were great too. Are they still making music? Got really unknown. Lemon Twigs and Unknown Mortal Orchestra are I would say they're kind of in a similar Venn diagram. Oh, stealing, lemon stealing. I've been caught stealing once when I was 5. Was that the best Jane's Addiction song? Okay, is there any points? No. We got a key. What's up, Emo, though? Oh, that's all this was. Okay, we got a key. That's all that matters. They do a lot of different styles. Ethnogeographer hardly know her. The Lemon Twigs do a few things that are very Brian Wilson inspired, but then they also do like more rock, 70s rock inspired stuff. Check out honestly anything by the Lemon Twigs. They were kind of an offshoot of Foxygen, who was a band I was pretty into at one point. I went to college with the singer. For my horrible addiction to Jane. Jane said, I'm done with Sergio. He comes inside a sock, man. What did Jane's Addiction have more than 2 songs? It was just Jane Said and Been Caught Snealing. Barking. You know what this intro needs is the dog barking at the beginning of Been Caught Stealing. That song does have a great groove, like the bass line. Dave Navarro is... My brother saw Dave Navarro live and he claimed it's the best guitarist he's ever seen live. Which my brother does not usually give out that praise. He was briefly a Red Hot Chili Pepper. He was also married to Carmen Electra. He was a Red Hot Chili Pepper on the album One Hot Minute, the album where John Frusciante quit the band and was super into heroin. I hadn't thought about Karma Electra for such a long time. I don't know what Dave Navarro's doing now. I think he had some sort of solo career. Maury, what's going on? Welcome. Who wasn't married to Carmen Electra? Didn't Dennis Rodman? Did Rodman have a thing with Carmen Electra? What's up, Maury? Or am I thinking of someone else? I'm doing good. We are playing some Ocarina of Time on my brand new SNES Junior. Emo Chanel dated Carmen Electra. You guys had a passionate, steamy fling. Good to see you, Maury. Rodzilla. I love the name Rodzilla. How we getting that? There's a big boy over there. We got keys for G's. Oh, I see how we get that. Did I not do this thing? No. Rodzilla. Whoa, here we go. Whoa! Link's Awakening? Oh my god. Oh, we gotta bomb that. Okay. See, that's a good puzzle, man. This is a good... Oh, there's the bomb spot. Yo, this Awakening. I knew what you were going for. The 90s Bulls were so cool, dude. I was very resentful of their success as a kid. But I've come to appreciate what they accomplished. We've talked about it before, but I have watched the Last Dance numerous times. The Rodman episode. The montages in that were so cool. You can do with this, and you can do with that. The music choices were great. Here we go. Rodman knew how to party. You're gonna need to be... It's a great series. I think even if you're not a sports fan, you will get into it. But by who is Johnny A? Who did some dope soul albums in 2000s? Used to work with Jeff Beck. Oh, okay. He was in Tiny Little Club doing soul. Oh, that's awesome. Looper pedal stuff. Rockefeller Wank. The loop stations were a fun thing. I don't see them as often anymore. There was a time period in the late 2000s, early 2010s where like every band was just a guy with a laptop. I don't know if that's still a thing. Oh, you didn't see Paul? I've never seen Paul perform live, but he did a book signing near my house in 2005. So I got to be just like a few feet away from Paul McCartney at this book signing, but I never actually got to see him play music. No, it's just a guy with the phone. Right about now, the Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. Oh, let's use the key over here. Kilo G. Oh, that's no good. That's not supposed to happen. Whoa. I'm getting a little overwhelmed here, man. What if we go? Okay, there's more places to go. What if I do this? We need to go to the right. Pre-recorded AI slob over a Bluetooth. We used to be a real country, man. Fuck. Fuck. This could be going better. If when the Wi-Fi drops, he's fucked. Fuck. Speaking of fucked. See, I didn't want to use those fairies though. Listen, I think I see what we gotta do. There's unexplored territory. We do have a key though. Did we? What was down there? I think we need to do more up here. Whoa. Like, how am I gonna get... We're gonna have to fall over there. We're gonna have to fall into savings. Whee! Now that I have another key, maybe we can do something here. We need the fucking hammer. Was there anything to do up here? No. Yo, what's up, Yasmin? Welcome, welcome. I'm doing well. We're just, we're navigating a crazy dungeon. Okay, it's not there. What does the yellow mean? And the red is the big chests. Oh, those are doorways. Where am I gonna use this key? Where is the hammer? Where doth hammer? Oh, you know what? Now that I have this key, maybe I can get the big one. Motherfucker. Remember when I had sword beams? Oh, okay. Zerline, thank you for the celebration. It's raining. It's raining men, hallelujah. Hallelujah. I'm still fantasizing about the pizza I had with sirloin this weekend. Best $70 I ever spent. Or split with friends. It was worth every penny. Oh, here we go! Whee! Okay, now that I have this key, can I open the big chest? What's in the big chest? Jesus. This might be a real stroker. This might be a real stroker, guys. Let's try to go to the... Okay. There's clearly a room I might have missed here.
It's go time.
It is. It's go time. Whoa, man. I think there's something here. Yes, here we go. Here we go. We're good. You mark Caucasian? Okay, there's a bunch of stuff we can do here. Just what I needed, more rupees. Can I get a heart, man? Can we get a heart up in here? That is clearly bombable. What's going on here? Is this not bombable? Did it do it? This is clearly bombable too. That wall was very deceiving. What was your message? I might have missed the last one. Even in context. I'll allow it. This might be a real stroker. I'll allow it. Wait, that was not... What went wrong there? How am I gonna get this big key? How am I gonna get this big key? And where is the hammer? I never had the bloody hammer. Does anyone know Rocky Erickson? I feel like Sirloin might. I think Aaliyah would know Rocky Erickson. That's where we need to go, is right there. Let's come. Okay, okay. It's one of a couple places we need to go. How are we gonna get in the center area here? What was down here again? Let's go down here. That last room was kind of bullshit. No, I should have saved the key for that area. Bro, we need oh, here we go. Here's the thing. We got a thing. What's up, Reaper? Okay, we're good. What's up, Reap? Oh, I want some brats. Your #1 song was a guy you met on YouTube. Wow. When is M. Night Shyamalan gonna start dropping singles? Oh my god, Reaper. I'll allow it. I'll tolerate it. Okay. This is coming up Millhouse. Which is to say we are making progress. We need the fucking hammer though. What's up, Feathered? Here we go. And Photon, what's up, Photon? My cum socks are soaked, but my cuffs are bone dry. Navi's finally working today, as she should be. There we go. Now we can open up the big chest. Oh, I got a big chest for you. I altered Navi's animation. Now the way she turns when she goes over my left shoulder is a little different. Good to see you, Photon. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Okay, that was well said. Big chest needs a big key. Who'da thunk? Wait, I think we want to go. No, do we want to go no, we want to go up over here. That emote is. Navi hangs dong if you put the Konami code in. I got a big key. Isn't that what they call like cocaine? Key holders with big. What do they say about key holders with big keys? Finally. Sirloin. I guess you're not wrong. Whoa, here we go. Finally, I think we're about to get the hammer and this is gonna open up everything. Big key, it makes sense, you know, the math checks out. We got like dinosaur. We need to get this sound away. This playthrough has been at perpetual low health. We gotta do something about that. Whoa. Whoa, oh fuck. Can't die. We need a heart. Respect is in the heart, so that's where I'ma start. Fucking finally. Ooh, where you have an on-screen celebration? Is it 9/11 related? Okay, it's stop. Hammer time. Boom. It's a sloth. What are we implying with this sloth? Isn't that a 7 deadly sin? Oh, it's a big old sloth, man. Whose sloth is that? Just okay. Yo, I was offended by your emote usage, dog. What's up, Willie? It was cool seeing your stream rating in there last night. So this version, it's just a quality of life hack that retranslates the game and changes some of the visuals. For instance, Link does not have pink hair. You'll notice Link's hair is no longer pink. Whoa. It uncensors the game. It changes the magic bar is now horizontal rather than vertical. So it's, yeah, I would say it's kind of more of a quality of life thing. These are the most random emotes. I'm here for it though. I'm here for it. How you doing, Willie? It was cool seeing your stream though last night. Okay, oh my god. Ugh. Fuck. Unlearned. A Link to the Past is so good. I feel like this is probably the best Zelda game, possibly the best game ever made. It inspired so many other games. It's Thursday. Thursday is practically Friday. What's up, Stamp? Oh yeah, we love Zelda. This is my first time streaming A Link to the Past. For those who don't know, I recently got a SNES Junior. This is a late revision of the Super Nintendo with an FX Pack Pro. Thank you for the thrust. Going into the RetroTink 4K, so this is always real hardware. And that's how I'm able to play this quality of life hack. This might be a real stroker on real hardware is with the FX Pack Pro. With Thursday is officially the thrust day. Anti Monster gonna get you. Thank you, Unlearned. We're SNES. Do you have a SNES Junior? Stamp. Does Stamp have a SNES Junior? Yo, we raided Stamp not too long ago. That was super cool. Stamp is working on getting into game dev. Also a musician. On the hardware. Okay, so we have the Bloody Hammer. I'm glad that you love it. The SNES Junior has great video output, and this one is RGB modded. Because they did not support RGB out the box. I love it. I love how many creative people have been keeping us company. Yeah, Sai, musician, game dev, cool dude. Here we go. Ian and Anthony just got a lifetime achievement award for 20 years of Smosh. Should I know who Ian and Anthony are? Thank you, Photon. Yeah, I'm really happy. Yes, it's the Poochie new. Poochie's been around. Poochie's just underused. Oh, nice. You also have a SNES Junior. Okay, can someone tell me who Ian and Anthony are? Old man status over here. What's up with the TK? How come I'm not seeing the emote? Smosh. Should I know what Smosh is? I feel like I'm just such old man status these days. Here we go. Let's get Smosh. Oh, we're classic YouTube. Oh, Ian started the oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know that YouTube channel. Your old bodies, they hang out with Jenny from the block. That was kind of a good song, let's be honest. Wait, no, I can't go. I thought this was all coming up Millhouse. Were they? Okay, how is one getting up here? These dungeons are harder than 3D Zelda dungeons. I'm just gonna follow. I'm gonna follow my nose like Toucan Sam. Thrill Ho. Oh yeah, this shit. We already did this though. Remember how long this took? I'll tell you, it was an embarrassingly long time. You're exporting yourself to slumber. Have a good sleep, dude. Boom. I've got that down to a weird science. Oh yeah, this was a thing. What is the Warner Brothers Discovery HBO? Oh, Netflix bought Warner Brothers Discovery HBO. Are you serious? The consolidation of media and news corporations is crazy. It's really alarming how like 5 or 6 companies pretty much own every cable news network. In the case of Disney, they own like every IP. Netflix bought Warner Brothers Discovery. Remember when Warner Brothers merged with AOL? Or Time Warner merged with AOL? That was apparently like a huge disaster. Oh, I can use boomerangs on these crystals? Okay, nice. Okay, I think I knew that. It always has been. It feels like the media consolidation has accelerated right now. I would say HBO is the one good one because they always had good original content and they have a decent selection of movies. But Netflix has like 1 or 2 good things. Warner Cable. What is WCW? I assume it's Warner something. There have been bad mergers, but like every major cable news network is owned by like 5 different companies. Disney owns ABC. Fuck, no, we need a key now. Yeah, I mostly agree though with Aaliyah that there's like, oh, World Champion Wrestling. Oh, really? Were they like owned by Warner or something? Okay, we need a key before we come up here. Let's use the mirror. Okay, we need to find a key.
It's
World
go time.
Champion kneeling. We need to find a key. Let's just retrace our steps now that we have the bloody hammer. This might be a real stroker. This is gonna be a real stroker. I wish you guys were using your channel point redeems for that. It's on me though, for allowing the command. We don't want that shit. Maxwell Kneeler Hammer. Okay, we already did this. And Marvel. Oh, and yeah. Disney. They also own they own ABC. They have the best lawyers in the world, yet they settled the bullshit lawsuit against that Trump filed against them just to stay in his good graces. Hammer? Hardly know her. CBS is owned by like Viacom or Comcast. It's literally like 4 or 5 companies own everything pretty much. I forgot that we have Cake, or the Quake. I wish we had Cake. The Paramount Skydance conglomerate is furious that Warner Bros. Didn't sell to them. Yeah, what? There was a big merger, Comcast. There was some big Skydance merger. That was what the whole Paramount, or the firing of Colbert was about. They fired Colbert to appease Trump, so he would approve of the merger. Yeah, NBC, Xfinity, Comcast, Universal. Yeah. Wow, I cannot believe Netflix just bought Warner Brothers. That's pretty huge. Common interest, you don't need conspiracies or monopolies. It's scary for press freedoms, though. Like remember when they fired Kimmel? Remember when they fired Jimmy Kimmel? That was kind of all related to this shit. Just the administration can put enough pressure on one of these companies, especially if they have business in front of the government, like a merger. And then they can get them to fire Kimmel or fire Colbert. Putting out Blu-rays. It seems like Netflix wants to get into like physical media. It seems like they want to release their movies in theaters. So I'd say that's a good question. Tubi rules them all. It's kind of true. Apparently, putting targeted advertisements on Tubi was very successful for the Donald Trump campaign. Kamala she didn't have a single advertisement on Tubi. The next presidential election will be decided on Tubi. Essentially owning the broadcast rights to EDW, a complete wrestling company. Wow, I wonder what they'll do with that stuff. Netflix's original content mostly blows. Stranger Things is the one exception. As you guys know, I'm a pretty big fan. Okay, the key we need, was this the key we need up here? Maybe? Have we gone down here? Yeah, we have. Oh yeah, people like Cobra Kai. I have heard good things in Squid Games. Designed by Quibi. You know what's funny? In this... We were just talking about Quibi last night. I think maybe Richard and I were... Quibi was kind of ahead of its time. They had the right idea, they just did not execute it well. But they were ahead of the curve when it came to vertical content made for the vertical format. Yeah, people like Cobra Kai and Squid Games. I haven't seen them. For every like Cobra Kai or Stranger Things, there's a million terrible things. Emily's in Paris. I'll check that later. What is the Quibi ad? Okay. We need another key. Same with Vine. Vine was kind of ahead at the time. Elections. It was pre-decided. Oh, really? That sounds very hot. Yeah, color me interested. Yeah. Oh, I know who Sophie Turner is. Used to be married to one of the Jonas Brothers. Okay. Oh, there's probably something I can bomb right there. Fuck. Can I? You want Jonas leftovers? I wouldn't mind. And please stop distracting me. Hey, who didn't have a Game of Thrones crush? We all crushed on Game of Thrones characters. I'm not the only one. Hardly know her. I hardly know her. So we need a key. I don't even remember where we wanted to use the key though. That's the scary part. We need to eventually get up there. Yeah, the question is how... Okay, how do I get up here? I gotta drop down, right? No, I don't drop down. Oh, I come from the right. It looks like you can enter from the right? Or no, there's a staircase. Maisie Williams was cute. Everyone had Game of Thrones crushes. I have dated multiple women who named their dogs after Game of Thrones characters. That seems to be my type. Sirloin. Okay. This is a Cumtastic stream. Yeah, it was just a coincidence. One named their dog Tyrion and the other one is Jorah. Oh, Melisandre. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The elderly version of her. Oh, yeah. Several dogs who named their women after Game of Thrones characters. That's funny. You come left moderate. I'm a progressive comer. Whoa, okay. I see 2 chests. It's just, how do we open them? With the net? With the Netanyahu? Maybe I want to go down here. No, that's a negative. Yo, thank you for hanging outside. I look forward to checking out your track, dude. I'm gonna check that out probably tomorrow. But yeah, I'm stoked. Stoked to keep learning new stuff about you. RetroSci is full of surprises. Thank you for hanging, man. I really appreciate it. No, for sure, I will definitely check it. The cast of the Night Court. Yeah, have a great one, man. Take care. Hopefully I can beat this dungeon. So, we are living in the dark world. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. It's that one room. They're so... I think we need to fall down somewhere. This is only the first dungeon in the dark world. It doesn't get any easier. We got that one. We do not want to fall down there. We already checked that. What's this comedy festival? Redistribute to... That's funny. A bunny link. You love... I know Aaliyah is a fan of bunnies. Speaking of... I love me some Aaliyah. One of my recommended streamers. I see a fair amount of mods for this game. Okay, I think it has to be up here. I if I had to guess. Wee! Wee! Yeah, no problem, buddy. Wee! Have I explored everything? Yeah. Let's explore to the right. So I'm struggling with the base game. I can only imagine the randomizers even harder. I don't know what game I would do randomized. Maybe Goemon 64 that has a randomizer. Backseating encouraged, guys. I know these dungeons are like a little tricky for backseating. I see where the chest is that I need. I haven't seen a randomizer of this. I know they exist. I do see people playing mods of this game with custom sprites. See, like this, why can't I bomb this? Isn't that bombable? And that's... Was this just death? The game is fucking with me so hard. Should I go down here? Didn't this kill me last time I went down here? I might have been not paying close enough attention. Yo, fuck that government. Remember when they chopped up that journalist? They literally chopped up a journalist. Okay. This is the trolliest room. No. I think we did everything in there we can. I forgot about this. The ice rod. I haven't used the Quake medallion. Yeah, not a huge fan of that government. We are not down with chopping up journalists. Yeah, I'm not okay with that. The 3 up passages and fall off the left path. Oh, thank you, Motu. The 3 up passages. Okay, yeah, fall off the left path. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Khashoggi is who I was trying to think of. What's the guy from Saudi Arabia? MTB? Yeah, yeah, right here, right? Here, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, or MSB, I think is what he calls himself. What comedians are going to that festival? I thought we did this a while back. Oh, yeah. Yo, what's going on, Rambo? How you doing, Ramby? Okay, so yeah, we did that. Good to see you, man. Of course, it's like all the canceled comedians. I do like Bill Burr. It's all the controversial comedians are going. Okay, now fall off. Okay. So I want to say we've done this room a couple times. Okay, yeah, hit the warp. You know what? Let's get the magic powder going. Try up. Okay. Yeah, we're just back here. Okay, go back and warp. Okay. Yeah, and then this room. Was there something in that room I missed? Oh, bomb down. I was wondering why there was nothing in that room. That makes sense. Okay, thank you, Motu. I think you're... Oh my god, thank you, Motu. Okay, here we go. It's always so obvious in retrospect. Let's go. Yeah, he's not wrong. I mean, I would compromise what little values I have for $1 million. Okay. Where are we? How come I never got the map? Okay. Okay. Fuck. Yo, pizza, that's a great emote. It's funny how they chose like the most controversial comedians though to go over there. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, as if you needed another reason to like dislike Louis C.K. or Dave Chappelle. Well, look at Aziz Ansari probably is not making a lot of money right now. I mean, who knows? He does have a book. That pizza emote is great. Here we fucking go. Now, where was the door that we needed to use this? And let's not forget there's something to the left. It's raining tacos. Finally, yeah, and bomb to the left, yeah. It would suck to come up it would take forever getting here and then forget to bomb. Okay, and key? Now, where was the key? Yeah, they might have thought twice. They probably should have. Oh no, I should have bombed right. Fuck. I just saw, okay. I think we can get back there relatively easy. Let's use the mirror. Oh, it's just a ferry. Let's get the ferries. I'm a ferry boy. It's a lot of pizza. God, I want more pizza. It's raining tacos. Are those all the comedians there? Oh, fuck. Yeah, man. So it's not, and Pete Davidson. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, thank God. Fuck it. Okay, now where was the door that was locked? Thank you for the eat ass. We're gonna want to stock up on these. I'm a fairy in a bottle. Yeah, you needed that check. Why didn't they include Cube Dude? Were there no streamers at this event? I'm loving all these gigantifications. Putting my kids through college. The musical. Okay. Now we gotta figure out. I need to be invited to every event. What's up, Jay-Z? Now, where
It's
was
go
this
time.
last key? Okay, we have the full map. Okay, yo.
This might be a real stroker.
This might be a real stroker. Oh yeah, it's the upper right then down. His 15 minutes are up. Yeah, when was the last rush hour? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Whoa. Whoa. No, no, no. Whoa. Release the Epstein files. Whoa. Whoa. Let's keep it civil, fellas. Whoa, okay, I think I see where we gotta go. Whoa, whoa. Was this where I want to go? Yes, this is where we want to go. Pete Hegseth. That's it. That's the tweet. Pete Hegseth. Remember when people used to say, that's it. That's the tweet. That's all I had to say about Pete Hegseth. Whoa, here we go. Boom goes the dynamite. Whoa. Bother. Oh, we have the fairies. The fairies wore boots. Pete Egg, thank you for gigantifying Pete Hegseth. Signal gate. Okay. Oh, we wanted to go to the right. Okay, no, never mind. I fucked that up, but now you're gigantifying a good emote. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Here we go. Okay, I figured it out, guys. It's all coming up. Cube Dude. Yo, have a good one, Ghost. Hope you enjoy Silent Hill.
I want a girl on your face.
You like my little improv there?
It's go time.
It's definitely go time. Sirloin's having a blast this stream with like redeems and gigantify. This might be a real stroker. This might be a real stroker, guys.
Don't say I have an ass fetish.
Don't say I have an ass fetish. The chocolate milk, baby.
Serenity now!
No, okay.
Are you
What?
my Caucasian?
You my Neil Cajun?
You stop it, man. You're freaking me out.
You're freaking me out, man. Okay, you guys, I think we got this. This dungeon was cerebral. Like the thing Professor X used to wear to enhance his psychic ability, his telepathic ability. Okay, finally, guys. Thank you. This is gonna be my most lucrative stream in years. I appreciate it. Thank you, Sirloin. Here, finally. This might be a real stroker. This might be a real stroker, man. Finally. I think I remember this boss. It's kind of like some Dodongo looking motherfucker. Okay. Get rupees for my groupies. Okay.
We're in the end game now.
Thank you. Yeah, we are in the end game now. Great time to use that when you're at the end of a dungeon. Okay. Mother... Let's go. That's a bad Mama Jamma. That's a big boy or girl. We have the fairy. Am I doing this right? I think you use the hammer here, as I recall. This guy's tough damageless. Was that one of the retro achievements? I bet. Hammer or bombs. Am I doing this right? There we go. Just keep chipping away. There we go. Fuck. No, oh, yes, thank God. I thought we might be out of fairies. I was about to freak. Yo, X38! X38, thank you for the raid, man. Thank you for the raid, dude. Can we get a shout for X38? How you doing, buddy? What were you streaming tonight? The Phantom of the Opera. That's definitely a very Phantom of the Opera-esque mask. Fuck. I'm so close. I'm so close. I'll shout you out in a second. Let's go. Woo. Woo. Tomb Raider. Nice. Hope you had a great time with Tomb Raider X. Thank you for the raid, man. Welcome in, guys. That's a thing. Yeah, good ear, X38. That's from the Kenny Rogers song that is in The Big Lebowski. I just checked in to see what condition my condition is in. Good ear. Thank you for raiding, too. I hope you had a good time with Tomb Raider. This is a backseating encouraged run of A Link to the Past. We are streaming, I just got this new SNES Junior, which I'm loving. It's good shit. The Fifth Dimension featuring Kenny Rogers, okay. JizzXL, because of you, I was able to escape from the demon's clutches, thank you.
It's go time.
There was a Sacred Maiden? Look at the polygon. You guys seen this? The SNES was pushing polys. This world was once a sacred realm where the Triforce resided. But the Triforce was claimed by Ganon, the Master of Thieves, whose evil desires transformed this world. He's been plotting to conquer the light world as soon as he gains enough power. Also, there's a sick indie game called Stick It to the Man that has that. Oh, really? That's cool that it has like a 60s song in it. I assume that was from the 60s. Ganon used us 7 maidens as the key to breaking the seal. For we inherited power of the 7 sages. That's cool, you're a Lebowski fan. We might have some Lebowski redeems on here. Where's Walter?
See what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass? You see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
When you fuck a stranger in the ass. Together, we maidens will be powerful enough to destroy the barrier surrounding Ganon's hiding place. There's a Big Lebowski pinball machine, that's so cool, I had no idea it existed. I'll now use my power to reveal the locations of the other maidens. I had no idea such a thing existed. That is gold. We're getting buck wild with the redeems tonight. I'm certain you will destroy Ganon and we'll finally return to our original form. Can you repeat everything you just said? Wave the hero lead to the Triforce. Boom, and we got a new heart. Let's go. Whoa, man. This world's getting dark. We need to get, now that we have the hammer, I think we can do a few things in the light world. Let's go to Kakariko. I think there might be like some heart pieces we can get. That's cool, they made a Big Lebowski pinball. But there's a secret, yeah, the Chris Houlihan room. That's awesome, yeah. I wonder where that guy is now. Where is Chris Houlihan now? And he got it because he beat like a hard boss in Final Fantasy? You saw one of the Big Lebowski pinball machines? The pinball industry has some cool stuff going on. I'm not particularly good at pinball, but I appreciate the machines, the artistry of the machines. I saw there was a Labyrinth pinball machine inspired by the Labyrinth movie. All right. You didn't want to wait. That sounds pretty awesome, though. Whoa, spoilers, man. No spoilers. No spoilers for Zelda. The production looked crazy. That's awesome. There was a South Park pinball machine. I've never been good at pinball, but I do appreciate the machines. How does one get out of here? Should I just go to the light world, maybe? No. The South Park? But that's crazy there's a South Park pinball. What if I just go to the light world? We're going to the light world. There's a You Killed Kenny hole. South Park was one of them. I played a Star Wars pinball that I did not do particularly well at. Okay. I've had enough. Anyways. Okay, I think there was some stuff. Now that we have the hammer, I think some stuff is potentially opened up. That's where we got the Pegasus boots many years ago. We were but a wee little Link. Where's my Link to the Past pinball? Oh, don't mind if I do. Do boo boo boo. Oh, is there no Resident Evil pinball? That would have been awesome. Let's see. Remember the graveyard? There's some stuff I wanted to check out at the graveyard. Wee wee wee! Shortcut. Oh yeah. Here we go. This was something I needed the hammer for. Stop. Hammer time. Whee! I like the reverb effect when you're in the cave. No, oh, I wanted to go up there? Okay. Now we know. Oh, X-Men. Okay. Whoa. What we got? What's going on here, guys? Chat? Chat? Do we need to sacrifice something here? Oh! That's a bat. Hey, you jerk. How dare you wake me up? I figured it out by myself. It's time to take my revenge. Is that okay with you? Okay, thank you, thank you. Yikes! Magic consumption cut in half. That's awesome. That what an awesome little puzzle. Nice. I've been underutilizing a lot of my magic. Oh, I would love a Pee Wee Herman pinball machine. Would be awesome, John. 15 for an unlimited play. Okay. Duh duh. Yeah, and then remember the graveyard. There's something at the graveyard. We need the ocarina for this, for the duck. Yeah, okay, yeah. Chapel. Graveyard's over here. Let's play around with this. There's a ghost. There's just dead bones. We're grave robbers. One of these is bound to have a secret. Oh, I need the power glove upgrade. I can no longer achieve orgasm without the power glove. Where's the power glove upgrade? Isn't that a whole quest? Okay. Okay. Oh, level 4. Okay. Okay, well... Oh, this looks like a thing. This must be a thing. Finally. Goes into... Whoa, whoa. That would be so awesome. Oh yeah, this is like the beginning of the game, right? Dirty Phillips! It's a great name. Thank you for the follow. Whoa, we just got 300 rupee? We're drowning in rupees, y'all. Whee! Let's go back to the Dark World. If I remember where, there's a... Here we go. I wonder if there was a Pee Wee Herman pinball machine. That show was popular probably during, you know, the height of pinball. Or thereabout. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Did you just share a picture of the chair? I might need to take a look at this. I want out of here. There was a Pee Wee play. That's awesome. It was an animated version. Oh yeah, the Cadillacs and dinosaurs and the X-Men 4-player. Those are awesome. Couldn't X-Men do like 8-player or 6-player or something? If there was a version of it where they connected multiple cabinets. Okay, I saw you posted something. Yo, let me out of this dungeon, bro. Four players sounds about right. Oh, Ninja Turtles classic. Yeah, the Konami beat 'em ups. Sirloin and I and our friends.
God, I love being a turtle!
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. We beat the Simpsons arcade cabinet. There's a one in pretty good condition in Seattle. We beat that. Yes. This music. Whee! Okay, real quick, I'm just
Hey, listen.
Yo, what's up guys? I'm gonna just grab another beverage and go to the bathroom real quick. I think we have shout outs. Hold on one second. Let me just set up the shout outs. 1920. Oh yeah, the Turtles, the arcade version of any game that was ported to, you know, NES or SNES, it was always better in the arcade. Totally. Oh, the DOS, there was a DOS version of TMNT. The DOS ports were always pretty atrocious. They're an interesting curiosity. I'm gonna, let's see if the shout out player is working. Let's just try shouting out. X33 who just raided in here. Let's see if this is working. Oh, hold on.
Here.
Cool. Okay, let's do a bunch of shouts. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Motu, shout out Ghost. Shout out John Rambo. Shout out Slot. Shout out Little Miss Cakes.
That was weird.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. Chad. Motu. I think I watched that stream. Aaliyah. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick, so
Forgot about that, yeah.
if we have a mod,
Just makes
Motu,
it,
feel
a
free
little bit
to
stronger
shout
early
people
on in the
out.
game when you're so pathetically weak.
Yeah, I've definitely seen you around the X38. You seem like a good guy. We have a lot
I
of
don't
mutuals.
care about the money. So we're just gonna do
Sorry if anyone
high
wants.
stakes.
I can't believe I missed this
There we
stream.
go,
This
we
looks
stand.
great.
We got this one in the bag.
This looks great.
Emails.
Dude, oh, this is awesome, dude.
It's great looking girl, strong back. I see be your girl.
I like your mask.
Hey.
If Motu wants to keep shouting people, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I be your boyfriend.
That's awesome.
Okay, seriously. All I gotta say is about this is, get in line, sister. I mean, you know how many freaking emails I get like this all day? From ladies with problem or whatever. I mean, come on. Like, guys gotta have some styles, right? I do feel kind of sorry for you. So I won't let your email go to waste. Okay, so tune in next time. Same strong bad time. Same strong bad time.
I had the Wii menu fortifier, the Wii menu fused with farts. Like a fusion of farts and the Wii menu. Trunton, hello, Zool. No, I was AFK eating these sausages that were just like were ready right at the beginning of stream. I've been cooking them for like an hour. It just took me like 2 minutes. And I was hydrating and taking some fish oil. Did he just put on a bunch of farts and walk away? Kind of. I kind of did that.
Sega.
Thanks for time. Thank you, I guess. Is it? Good news, everyone. Not opposed to going out into the wilderness with friends. It's just that they never want to. Any new friends? Yeah, dude. Maybe just go into the wilderness and then, like, once you see a friend there, be like, hey, you want to be wilderness friends? Like that. Not fading before you feel happiness again. You better not. I'm not saying fading. Like, anything could happen, dude.
I'm just trying to do that. Thank you, Black Bob Ross. Thank you for requesting that.
Yep, save there. Hito Minto. Kampai, Hito Minto. Who? Jacko says, forget in half an hour. Wrong. I'll forget in half a minute. What? Who are you people? How did I get here? What if I just got up and walked away from the stream? Oh!
Oh, I saw this. I was there for this. I was there for that.
Alright, well that's one part of the song.
Oh, thank you for shouting out Thunderfoot and Scone. I miss this era of Sconebone.
It's clip it. Exclamation clip it.
Different era.
Already there. Already on it. Yeah, it's good for, you know, not having to make the clip.
I wonder, I mean...
Aster Higgins.
I think I saw this stream too. I've definitely seen Sane play Adventure Island, if not this stream. Yeah, Sconebone and CJ. I don't think Sconebone goes shirtless anymore. I don't think Scone goes shirtless anymore.
Dude, you can barely make that jump even when you do like a really good jump.
All right, thank you. Those are some of our friends, guys. Those are some good friends of the stream. Thank you everyone for being here. Let's get back to some Zelda. Oh, Dango's doing Adventure Island. Well, I am unfortunately banned in Dango's stream, so I have not been to Dango's stream in a while. We used to be really good friends, but story for another time. I'm unfortunately banned there. We used to be super tight though. I mean, I've reached out to him politely, and I never heard back. I was the first streamer he ever saw. He claimed that I inspired him to start streaming. He had like a 100 stream streak on this channel. Like we were tight, and I was a huge fan of his stream. Like he obviously has a serious talent. He is a very talented streamer. That was always very clear. But yeah, I still don't totally know what happened. Like he never really replied to me, so I don't know what happened. But yeah, if Motu, if you wanted to facilitate that, I would happily. The door is always open. That's what I told him. I'm like, look, I don't know what happened, but you know, the door is always open. If you want to talk about it, yeah, if you're welcome to. I don't know what you would be getting yourself into though, but yeah, if you want to, he's a very talented streamer. I will say that, and I did really appreciate his friendship when we were friends. But yeah, I just have no idea what's up with him now. Yeah, it's a weird feeling, especially like this was a place I was a regular there, and then one day I'm like, holy shit, like I'm banned. Like then I messaged him on Discord. I'm like, yeah, like yo, if you want to talk about this, I'd love to hear it. He like never responded. Oh, Ren and Stimpy was great. Ren and Stimpy was great. Yo, X33, I appreciate the follow, man. On Vibe Check, I mean, so my community is like a little edgy. I can be a little controversial, but my heart is in the right place. Like, we are very supportive. I love supporting people's creativity. If anyone comes in here and wants to, is having a bad day or is going through something, I'll happily, you know, support them and listen to them talk about it. So just because we have like a crazy sense of humor doesn't mean that I'm like a bad person, you know. This is a very caring, creative, passionate community. Yeah, I think that might have been it. I think we are pretty different streamers. I don't mean that in a bad way or a good way. It's just kind of, you know, we kind of have a different vibe. But it's very awkward. We have a ton of mutual friends. I was literally the first streamer he ever saw. Dango used to call me his Twitch daddy or his stream daddy. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I'm just be curious to know what happened. Like, I've never said an unkind word. And yeah, I probably shouldn't be talking about this on stream. It's something I wasn't planning on talking about it, but I don't know. I thought my friends should know. Yeah, Vibe. Yeah, that sounds right. I never did anything like that. Like, I was down there from day one. I looked at what the last things I said in his stream, and I was like complimenting how good the Super Nintendo looked. Like, I would just come in and say a few nice words every stream. So I have no idea. Okay, let's get to the Dark World. Let's put the drama aside. Put the drama aside. Oh, we can use our hammer here. Wait, that was all that was right here? I wonder, you might be right about that. I'm happy to talk more about it, probably off stream would be wise, but no, I know for a fact that he himself did it. Let's just say I'm friends with one of his mods. And one of his mods went through his whole, like, shortly after it happened, one of his mods went through his history and, like, he's like, nope, it was Dango himself on April 8th. Dango banned Cube, dude. Or April 18th. I'm surprised I remember the day. So, yeah, I know there are ban lists and stuff. I'm a nice guy though, and I mean, we have crazy humor in here, but I don't usually bring my crazy humor into other people's channels. Like, I would say I have a pretty high social IQ. But yeah, anyways, yeah, so wasn't really planning on going off about this, but you're getting a little look behind the curtain, I guess. It's unfortunate. Like, I'm on here to make friends. I'm not on here to alienate anyone or lose friends, but this was a weird year where, like, a lot of people came into my life and a lot of people kind of left my life. Sorry, and this is I'm getting a little too uncensored, guys. I'm getting too uncensored. But yeah, this was one person who kind of walked away, and it was kind of sad. Hyrule Warriors 3. I like that the Hyrule Warriors are really imitating the look of Breath of the Wild. Like, the new one looks a lot like Breath of the Wild. We need to find the passage. I think I can teleport to the Dark World. Somewhere around here. There's a passage somewhere around here. Yeah, I need to get back to the Dark World. That's what she said. Ooh, both actually. I know, I think things get very clicky on Twitch. I'll go for the Ocarina. Then we can unlock fast travel with the Ocarina. No, this thing. There is a pathway Oh, okay, the bar in Ocarina. Good looking out, Moti. Whee! Oh, not this again. Yeah, okay, okay. There are so many side quests in Kakariko. Isn't there a teleporter to the Dark World somewhere in the Lost Woods? I'm trying to remember where that one was. It might be up to the right. Oh. But let's do the Ocarina. I appreciate you saying that, John Rambo. I'm a fan of you. I love your artwork. You've always been chill. I'm not concerned with like how popular anyone is or what clique they belong to. Just more like, are you down to have a good time? You know? It's just south of the, okay, south of the wall. Thank you. I'm definitely not doing this professionally. Although I love Twitch, but this is like not a professional pursuit for me. As where I do know a lot of people who I think are trying to do this professionally. And then here, I'm Cube Dude and I do these crazy hot tub streams and I think they're like, is this guy too crazy for my community? But I never act that crazy in anyone else's streams. It's just like in my own, pretty much. Is this it? No, that guy lost... Wait, is it this guy? Oh yeah, his son went off searching for the golden power, never came back. Link to the Past randomizers. The Zelda randomizers are super popular. I saw a heck of a lady. Oh, wait. Yeah, hold up. My son loved playing the Ocarina, but he went off searching for the golden power. Isn't he in the woods? He's in the woods somewhere. I see so many Ocarina of Time randomizers. I actually made our good friend Loverish. She does Ocarina of Time randomizers, and I made her Ocarina of Time randomizer overlay. She might be live right now. We love Loverish, but she's super into the Ocarina randomizers. I'd like to see more of this randomized. You want to master, yeah. This is a fun game to master. Oh, grab the shovel. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, isn't the Ocarina Kid like in this little forest grove? Well, since I'm just right here, let's go check it out real quick. Whoa! OG Call of Duty. Come here in the Dark World. Okay, where would the closest teleporter be? I need to tell. I guess we could go back to the teleporter we made, but that's so far away. Oh, there's the little swamp. Okay, this is my favorite area in the game. I love the swamp. Okay. Above the upper pond. Thank you. Would this be the upper pond? Oh, there's another pond. Nice, okay. Dun dun. Oh yeah. It's got to be in the grass here. Oh, we can use the hammer. We can use the bloody hammer. There we go. I thought that looked conspicuous. Nice. Okay, and this is also right by where the next dungeon is too. I feel like being able to make some more with such limited hard. Nina, I totally agree. I love limitations. Less is more. This is good stuff. The hammering these blocks is very satisfying. How you doing, Nina? Castro assassination play. I never was a Call of Duty person myself, but I know it's very popular. Whoa, whoa. I saw you streaming the other day, John. Whoa. Hey. After wandering to this world, my form changed to what you see. Back in the world, I enjoyed playing the ocarina. Forest clearing where animals would gather around me. That's where I buried my ocarina along with some flour. Potato. I would like to eat some potato products like French fries or mashed potatoes. Yo, we shoveling. Isn't there a new... There's a couple heart pieces we can get with the shovel, right? Yeah, mirror back to the dark world. Good looking at. Tater toss, let's go. This game is so good, dude. Hey, he's back. Wait, did I not want to talk to him? Alright, we're gonna do some landscaping here, guys. I hate digging up these flowers. I love how the flowers dance. Do you see how the flowers are doing a little jig? Thank you, Motu. The Call of Duty propaganda. Nice! Okay, so we can unlock fast travel, right? With the ocarina. Also... Oh, not yet. What should I do with ocarina? Now that we have the shovel, can't we... Isn't there that mini game where you have to dig as many holes? First go back to the Dark World Forest Grove. Okay. Okay. And if you visited the village where I live, please give it to a sleepy old man. Okay. Play that ocarina, white boy. Play that ocarina, Link. Play that ocarina, white boy. The ocarina song is so long. That went on like five seconds too long. Okay, he went full David the Gnome on us, turned into a tree. Sleepy old man, okay. That sound effect is great. When you transition between the worlds. Didn't David the Gnome end with David becoming a tree? I just remember because it traumatized my older brother. Oh, Eureka's Castle? The Halloween special of Eureka's Castle. I was super into that. 30-something. We're all sleepy 30-somethings. And me for only a couple more months. Okay, let's play him. 1, Aka 2, Aka 3, Ocarina. Hey, Ocarina. Yeah. Let's go. Nick. Nickelodeon. We're fast traveling. Oh, we got duck power. We got duck power. Okay. But let's go do... Should we do Dungeon 2? No, oops, I didn't mean to do it. But, oh, Nickelodeon had some cool, like, be right back stingers and stuff like that. You know what I want to do? I think there is... The Claymation Cowboy. Those bring me back. Okay, isn't there... Mouth trumpet sound. Let's hit up the Dark World. Da 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 da. Nice, we're shooting beams. He's a beam shooter. Yeah, there's like something going on here. Yes, let's do this. Ugh. Not good. I don't know if I can afford it. I only have 900 rupees. Fuck. No. Okay, here we go. This should not be so hard. Okay. That's what she said.
I want my baby back wings.
Okay. Do I have to get all 5 of them? Was this just a heart piece? Boom. Gotta shoot OJ's glove. If the glove fit, if the sock fits. Oh, this is just money? Okay. Why am I even bothering? Oh, this might be a real stroker. This might be a real stroker, man. Oh, I can't. I need the level 2 power glove to do whatever this is. Or do I? Or do I? Alright, let's get digging. Yeah, there's a heart piece here. Is it random? No. Oh. All RNG. Okay. Oh, so close so far. Let's try it again. We need that heart piece. How many do I have? Oh god, you've gotten it on the first try. Sometimes it takes 30. Let's see. At a certain point, I might give up. No. Well, at least we're kind of making back the money that we're putting into it. Why did they never remake this game? They should remake this. Those stumps keep making me think of Minish Cap. It's like, are we about to go full Minish here? Maybe I should prioritize. These remakes are too shiny. Not everyone likes the art style of the Link's Awakening remake. I liked it more or less. I thought the criticisms were valid though. Could it be where the flower is? Ugh. We need more original ideas. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Whoa. It's a good point. It's a good point. You can't improve upon perfection. Whoa. There's clearly something right there. Whee! The first 18, okay. I just need to get as many in as possible then. Off to a terrible start. So it's not where the flower is. I'm surprised they haven't done a remake of that, considering how often Square Enix remakes stuff. They should have at least put it on Switch. I'm surprised it never came to Switch. With zigzagging rows, okay. Upper left quadrant. Oi. Has anyone kept track of how many times we've tried this? Start digging and do Jason. Just immediately start, okay. Okay. Retro, let's go, baby. Love some retro. My lord. When zigzagging, was I zigzagging like you were talking? Maybe I should start up here. Just do this. Luckily you can keep getting gems or rupees. I've come so far, I can't give up. I can't give this up now. Just pulling the lever. It seems like I'll get the most number of digs in if I start down here. You have to do this a shit ton of times. God, this cost 80 rupees? Oh shit, King of APOC, let's go! What's up, King of APOC? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Dude, I love King of APOC. This guy has the best Saturn setup. King of APOC is like the Saturn, dude. What's up, guys? Oh, and Speak of the Devil, he's doing Panzer Dragoon. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, guys. I'm Cube Dude. I'm also a Real Hardware person. We're doing a Link to the Past on my new SNES Junior. I have the RetroTink 4K Pro. We do everything on Real Hardware here. I make all these overlays and setups. This is clearly my A Link to the Past setup. Dude, I hope you're enjoying Panzer Dragoon. I hope, you know, my community loves Saturn. You know what I mean if you're a Cube Dude person. We love Saturn. I hope all of you guys check out King of APOC. I really appreciate the raid, dude. And I hope Panzer Dragoon was good.
Hey, listen.
Yo, I just want to say, seriously, holy cow, King of APOC, you are the man. I think you're a partner, bro. Nice. Yo, Panzer Dragoon Saga on disc 4 made it to the final boss. So Saga is the one that was like the JRPG, right? Because the first two are like they're kind of like Star Fox shoot 'em ups kind of. So I loaded up the Japanese version of disc 4. That's nice. Why are time zones so weird? I know. Your disc 4 had scratches. Yo, thank you for the follow. I don't know why that notification took so long to go off. Well, saved by the Japanese disc. Do you have a Japanese Saturn? I have a Japanese Saturn with the Fenrir. I know King of APOC, you've got like a huge physical Saturn collection. On King of APOC stream, you can actually like look at a list of all your Saturn games. Damn, 6 a.m. Well, I'm West Coast, I'm in Seattle, so we usually go late by West Coast standards and even later by East Coast standards. APOC has a huge Saturn collection, dude, and you've got to be like the Saturn dude, which I so appreciate. It's such an it's a niche. Saturn's a niche, but it's a niche we appreciate. Yeah, for reasons. I was telling you, we found like a Saturn a Pornhub video that had a bunch of Sega Saturn stuff in it. It's very niche. I love it. That's awesome. I need to go through all the Panzer Dragoons. Do you have the Saturn mouse? I have a Saturn mouse. I'm sure, I guarantee you King of APOC has the Saturn mouse. A lot of Saturn stuff supports the mouse. I love it, dude. Anyways, we're like, I don't know. We've got like 6 dungeons to go before Ganon. We're gonna try to grind on another dungeon.
Hey, listen.
The only game played on Saturn port is the yeah, wasn't the Saturn version of 3D Blast better than the Genesis version? It has better textures. There are a fair amount of games that were on both like 32X and Saturn, like Virtua Racing. I want to say Sonic 3D Blast was on Mega Drive. Nice, you have the mouse. Have you ever played a game called Girls in Motion? This channel is a huge fan of Girls in Motion Volume 1 and Girls in Motion Volume 2 for Saturn. They're basically like PG-13 video puzzle games. You like the Genesis version better? The Genesis sound chip, the Yamaha sound chip was something special. Definitely something special. A lot of stuff supports the Saturn mouse though, which is awesome. You guys might notice we have Navi's flying around me. Navi's being a good girl. Navi was giving me some problems on the last stream, but I had to do some, I had to tweak the video file a bit. The Green Grove sound, yo, yeah. One of my favorite Sonic Adventure songs originated in Sonic 3D Blast. Dun 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 ba dun bum bum bum. That probably sounded like gibberish, but I forget what it's called, but it's definitely in both of them. Yeah, Windy Valley. Windy Valley is in both of them. Thank you, Marcus. Yeah. Man, I hope you enjoyed Panzer Dragoon, though. I need to go through all those games. I know they support the mouse. We're trying to do this Heart Piece quest. It's kind of tedious. It's kind of random where it is every time. So I'm just digging up these holes. We're gonna get it back. We're gonna get it eventually. We're spending a bunch of rupees every time we do this. Yo, thank you for the follow, Marcus. Dun 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 ba dun dun dun. Yeah, you knew what you somehow heard what I was saying and you understood it. I appreciate that. It's at what point do I give up on this rupee or this heart piece quest? We have to have done this like a dozen times now.
We're in the end game now.
We're in the end game. I wish we were in the end game. We might be doing this a dozen more times. So bear with me, man. That's awesome that King of APOC raided in here. Like, when a streamer you admire raids in. Like, that dude, his Saturn setup is second to none. That Saturn collection It's epic, man. We need to do more Saturn on here. We just beat Sakura Wars. Vaccine. What's up? We just beat Sakura Wars for Saturn, and I don't know what the next Saturn game was gonna be. Yo, Desi, thank you, man.
Nintendo Guy just resubscribed for 8 months. You know how much I love exploring a dark world gay hole cube Duflexel.
I love how the text-to-speech says the emote name. The gay hole cube dude flex. How you doing, Desi? Desi, I saw you were doing Wind Waker the other day. How you doing, Vaccine? I don't know if you guys saw this yet. I just recently got this SNES Junior. It's RGB modded. I've got the FX Pack Pro going into the tank. It's going pretty good, We are trying to get this heart piece and it is like, it's not going well. I'm just gonna say that. Desi, Desi, I think you were last doing Wind Waker. Wait, what were you playing? I rated you were doing Kingsfield. I want to say we rated you like a week or so ago, you were doing Kingsfield. Yes, Desi is no stranger to Zelda. This heart piece is annoying. It sounds like it's totally random, so we are pro backseating, but I don't know if there's any way to really backseat this. It's just random. But we did the first dungeon in the Dark World. We're about to go do the Swamp Dungeon, which should be fun. I've tried this so many times, I feel like I can't give up. Like, you know, the fallacy of sunk cost. I've sunk so many rupees into this. The multi-world. Yes! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go. Subs for dubs. 39, we played 39 different games and 3 of those games were Waker. Oh, holy shit. Okay, thank you for the GG. Thank you for the sub. Desi, whoa, holy shit. Three of those games were Wind Waker. Now you're doing Kingsfield. I've been seeing so much Kingsfield on Twitch. Scone did one of them. Desi's done a bunch. Pixel Turkey's been doing I've just one of these days I'd be curious to check it out. It looks like it's very dungeon crawly, a lot of dungeon crawling. It's by From Software. Desi's, you're on the 4th one though. I see a lot of people doing Kingsfield 1, but you're doing them all. You also enjoyed it? Yeah, it seems like Scone got into it. Okay, so this is where we're at, guys. This is a pro backseating run, so if you know there's like a heart piece nearby or anything to help us get through it, feel free to speak up. I love the swamp area. I think this is my favorite area. There are 8 of them? Oh, Light World near building entrance? Okay. I wanted to say... Oh yeah, okay. I fucked it up already. I want to say I went in here and pulled the lever already. Well, let's double check. Oh, I guess maybe it resets. Oh, you got to do it every time. Okay. Oh yeah, because yeah, I love how you can drain the water. Okay, I think I got this heart piece a long time ago. Then you can throw this guy, right? How do I pick this guy up? There we go. Now Dark World to start the dungeon. Okay, real quick. Did I do the palace? I think at the end of the last stream we did. The one, like right after you get the Master Sword. Oh, you literally have to do this every time you enter or exit. This is such a cool little area with the water, the puddles. Okay. Oh, this one here. No, I haven't done this one yet, so. We have not done Dungeon 2. It'll be good to have my Zelda people in here. Okay. I've been really hyping up this game. Like, this might be the best game of all time. You know what I mean? Okay. I assume we go dark. Oh, yeah, now it's drained here too, the pumpkin. Reminds me of when you beat Mario World and they turned into pumpkin, the Goombas turned into pumpkins. This has got to be one of the best games of all time. I might like it more than Ocarina too in some ways. I feel like I'm a little more nostalgic for Ocarina, but God, this gives Ocarina a run for its money. That's right, Desi is a huge fan of Zelda too. I grew up on 1 and 2, but I mainly gravitated towards 2 because it was a side scroller. You like it more than Ocarina as well. Okay, JizzXL, listen well. I named Link JizzXL. Objects that exist between them seem to imitate each other in the form of an object changed in one world. Yeah. Please keep this in mind. So this is like the water temple. And you will notice things look a little different in this version of the game. This is a quality of life hack. I love it. Great combination of emotes. This is a quality of life hack where Link's hair is not pink. The magic meter is horizontal rather than vertical. The translation is different. Oh, these guys. Those guys remind me of the enemies from Mario 64. Wow. And we got a key. Okay, whoa. You don't be, he's being a bad boy. Very bad boy. He's a very bad boy. Okay. Guess we're going here. Or no, yeah, we're going there. I was trying to figure out how I can do like crowd control and retro achievements with the FX Pack Pro. That would be awesome to try that. What sort of things could you do with crowd control? Yes, I do. The oboe player. The Jizz Whaler from Return of the Jedi. The song from the special edition. I liked the song that she sings in the special edition of Return of the Jedi as a kid. I had that memorized. In retrospect, it's pretty bad. Specific games. I'm curious what... Oh, nice. Yeah, water dungeon vibes. Oh, I like how they made the water level rise there. It's not the only thing that's rising. It supports Zelda 2, that's tight. Was there any... Wait. You did it with Mario World. That would be fun. Something to look into. Desi. It's, I could see myself doing another playthrough of this, for sure. There are, what is it, the stone tablets? Which were the Satellaview version of this game. Crowd control randomizer. I think I would almost prefer randomizer on this game than Ocarina, just because I've seen so much Ocarina randomizer. We should do, we did the GameCube version of Ocarina not too long ago, but we should do the N64 version. We should beat Majora's Mask. I really need to come back to that. There was that stream where I like shat my pants after playing Majora's Mask, and I just have never come back to it. Sail on a barge. Rhythm and blues, baby. We like the rhythm and blues. Is Master Quest worth it? We should try that. We could easily do it. Yeah, I was liking Majora. It's one of those games where you have to kind of get in the groove of it. There are a lot of things to remember and keep track of. But we should pick it up again. No reason not to do Master Quest. Dawn of the final day for those yeah, for those pants. Definitely. R.I.P. Those were one of my better pairs of tighty whities. Just puts things in different places. Master Quest was not as cool as whatever they were planning originally for the 64 DD. Okay, that's come from the other side. Come from the other side. This dungeon's a cakewalk so far. 64 DDs, double Ds. I can do 64 DD with the EverDrive. We can do the Mario Artist Suite. I've toyed around with it very briefly, but we should do a full stream of that. What's up, Eleanor? 64, that's the name I've heard. I had a buddy in like 4th or 5th grade. We were just reading Nintendo Power religiously. And we kept talking about how cool the 64 DD was gonna be and all this and how it was gonna improve Ocarina of Time. Like we were 64 DD truthers. We were truthers. But then it never came out here, and they abandoned whatever they were planning with Ocarina and the 64 DD disk drive. Oh, I could have boomerang. You guys, I've kind of just switched up Navi recently. You might notice Navi is like, she's flying on a different path. She's flying on a much wider path. And she turns a lot better now, too. Yeah, I'm much happier with Navi. I was supposed to be an enhanced version. It was gonna be an enhanced version where it would remember if you cut down a bush, the bush would remain cut. It was gonna make it a 7-day cycle as opposed to 3 days. You made her more annoying, which is accurate. Her new trajectory. She used to just fly in a very short circle, but now it's like a slightly larger circle. Yo, Eleanor, thank you for the Prime sub. What's up with my notifications are very delayed? I don't know why notification didn't go off. But thank you. You now have ad-free viewing and access to the Eat Ass emote. Use it wisely. I want to see bushes grow back immediately. They were gonna add more dungeons and more accurate time of day was gonna reflect the actual time of day. I don't know what happened, why the notification didn't go off there, but thank you, Eleanor. Whoa. Let's fucking go! 1991! Oh, we have fairies. Oh, we don't have... Maybe not. A mini drone. Use the Eat Ass emote wisely. Thank you for that, Eat Ass. there are a lot of little visual flourishes I appreciate, such as the light coming in the dungeon entrance. You see how light is shining in from the outside? What is this other emote? A Navi drone. We love drone Navi. Okay, it's gotta be... It's definitely this way. Another feature of this quality of life hack is that you can turn with the Pegasus boots, which is awesome. And that was actually a feature in the Stone Tablets version of Zelda, which was the Satellaview version, which had like pre-recorded audio, like spoken dialogue and stuff, but I think a lot of that is lost to time. But you can still experience the Stone Tablets. I have them on the FX Pack Pro. I never totally understood how they work. They were like... It's kind of like a Master Quest sort of thing. What's up, Crunchy? Oh, we want to hit that. Too lazy to go into the menu. There we go. Fuck it, okay. I should have done that from the beginning. Crunchy Punch! They were broken into 4 weeks. Then renamed. Yeah, it's something like that. It does, Crunchy. When I started streaming like 6 years ago, I just was only playing this GameCube. I was the cube dude. I was the cube dude. But I've since branched out into other Nintendo consoles. We got the N64 up there, the SNES. Yo, Eleanor, take care. Thank you for joining. We play the run with the same name each day. Okay. So what is different about it? You start with a bunch of the items. You don't play as Link, you play as generic boy or girl. Oh, fuck. SNES me, exactly. The Mii Maker is remarkably similar to a Mario Artist Polygon Studio, one of the Mario Artist games. I might be Wii U, dude. I might be Wii U. I dodged a bullet. My original Twitch name was GameCube Guy, but I bailed on GameCube Guy pretty quickly and became Cube Dude. Fuck. Get out of here, man. Many parents made that mistake. Okay, we want to go to the left. Yo, Daddy needs a heart piece. Come on. Oh, they don't regenerate? No! Okay, we should have gotten stocked up on fairies. Is there? Yes, there is a place to stock up on fairies in the swamp. Let's go do that. Let's go do that. It's a new story, but they reuse all the assets and move stuff around. I think you're pretty much right. And it had voice acting, which has kind of been lost. Okay, hold up. I think there's a fairy fountain. This area reminds me of Breath of the Wild. That looks like Zonai, whatever. In the little puddles. I like this area. Could use some fairies. There we go. I need my sword beams. This area is very Breath of the Wild. I love it. We were just talking about that, how this has never had like a proper port or remaster. Well, I guess the Game Boy Advance version. Game Boy Advance version had an extra dungeon. Although I've heard it's not all that worthwhile. Well, at least we have full health. I love the art in that, the art and music in that game. I wish it just played more like a traditional Zelda. Very original opinion, right? That was such a nice looking game though. Whoa. Okay, whoa, yeah, we're good. I know, it's not original take at all. That's a good point, how un-Zelda-like it was. I think I beat it. I didn't do the DLC. I should give it another shot, though. Agree, a G-rated Assassin's Creed. I never did Crypt of the Necromancer. I missed out on that one. Ugh. That was a stupido. That was a good era for indie games. Now there are so many interesting looking indie games. I can't really keep up with all of them. Motu liked it too. You want it on Steam. Okay. Let's not get greedy here. Boom. It was on Steam. Oh yeah. Wait, that's all? Okay, we need to hit a switch. Where is said switch? Shh. Hmm. Wait, there's other stuff here. Oh, yeah, let's... Okay, we obviously need to hit the switch, but can I do that? We're gonna find out. Yeah, I just don't see how wait. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. Water temple vibes. Classic water temple. Oh nice, I can do this. Now let's try this. I keep trying to turn with the Pegasus boots. It's kind of hard to pull that off in these tight corridors. I got a tight corridor for you right here. What do you mean by that, Cube, dude? I don't even know. Okay. That's a big old key, man. You got a big old key. I want that. Okay, Link is no stranger to tight corridors. Okay. What item are we gonna get in this dungeon? What item is gonna be in this big old thing? Oh shit, it's the hook shot. My last playthrough was 10 years ago. Oh shit. We got a key. Keys for G's. It's all coming back. Okay. Oh, and we can go yonder. Those guys take away 2 hit pieces. This is the first hookshot appearance. Wow. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I don't remember in the first one. Okay. Now, if I can avoid doing whatever that is. Whoa, okay. Maybe not. Nice. Okay, there's no chest. Had to check. Can I? No. No? Whoa. Can I pull the lever rather than push it? Okay, well, we need to oh, wait. Oh, the mirror would take me back. I was gonna use the mirror, but that would take me back. Was there something with this guy's, like, tongue? Oh, there's another passage over here. I forgot about it. We didn't do this. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. Jesus, okay. Oh, I gotta do with this. That's so cool. It just brings the items to you. This probably opens it on the other side. Yeah, it definitely is. Frankly, this isn't the hardest dungeon, I can tell. Fuck, I'm about to die. I really wish I'd gotten some fairies. Oh, thank God. Here we go. Yo, Bacon, what's going on, brother? During the break, we did visual shout-outs, and you guys got a shout-out from when you were doing Adventure Island way back when. Let me just position my shelf. How you doing, Jet Thunderfoot Bros? Bacon, I hope you're having a good night. Fred played this game and also watched it. I managed to retain almost none of it. So I did a playthrough like 10 years ago on an emulator, and I seemingly have forgotten almost all of it. Maybe just like bits and pieces I remember. Let me just hold up, guys. You used to play this game religiously as a kid. One of my best childhood friends would like beat this game as a kid and then just immediately start over. Sorry, I'm just positioning my camera so Navi works right. $18 months ago in your pocket. Zero recognition. So maybe I just redid Navi. She's like clipping into my chair. That's better. Okay, that's good. Navi is not clipping into the chair anymore. Dude, I'm starting to think this might be the best Zelda game. Maybe it's that I'm a little burnt out on seeing so much Ocarina. Which was probably my favorite growing up. I was a huge Ocarina kid growing up. She has an alpha. It's Navi is an animation where I cut the animation into two, and one layer goes in front of me and one layer goes behind my webcam. But I just have to like kind of position myself right. I just redid it for a long time. Nowadays, I know, yeah, there's so many good ones. And I mean, Ocarina obviously owes a lot to this. Yeah, you know what's up. Faxime knows technology. As a little kid, we had Zelda 1 and 2 for NES, and I was not particularly good at them. I did a lot of Zelda 2 though, just like wandering around as a little kid. And then we were late to get our Super Nintendo. I don't know if I ever owned this, but then I definitely got Ocarina day one. Like by the time I got the SNES, this was already pretty old. I'm glad it's, there we go. I knew there was something there. I would love to do Link Between Worlds. I would love to do that. I've never really been a 3DS person. I actually do finally own a 3DS. Our friend Bland, friend of the stream Bland, sent me a modded 3DS. I just sadly can't stream it, so there's a little less incentive to play it if I can't stream it. Biggery, one of my favorites. Yeah, I heard a lot of people put this up with Link Between Worlds as like the best. I love Minish Cap is great. I know I've streamed it. I've seen Bacon stream it. My only issue with Minish Cap is that it's a little short. It was originally designed to be for a handheld portable system, but that is a great one. It is very good. Yeah, a little slept on. I'll give you that. Just get, yeah, Citra. I'm surprised they never brought it to Switch or something. Not only does Link become short, no, hold up. Why we have a current? This is bad, guys. This is bad. I can't kill those guys from up here. I didn't realize we were like higher up. Thank God. Daddy needs a heart piece. I'll take it. We were talking about why they never remade this game, and I kind of forgot about A Link Between Worlds, which is like almost a remake. Can I lure them? It just sucks that they're camping right there. It remembers their placement. There we go. I hope we see more. I agree. I think there have been a lot of remakes, both in Hollywood and in gaming. It's hard to improve upon perfection, but I would not mind them doing like a remake of this in Link's Awakening style. Oh shit, we're at the boss already? Oh yeah, this boss. Look at all these like sprites on screen. This is not going to be a first time. We do not have much of a margin of error. I need to stock up on fairies for my bottle. They did eventually put Luigi's Mansion 2 on Switch, so why not put Link Between Worlds? I think Link Between Worlds is the closest we'll probably ever get to a remake of this. Oh yeah, get the arrow upgrades. I think, god damn. Yeah, we have enough we have 999 rupees. 50, 70. Yeah, thank you for the follow. First off, let's go refill. At least the dungeon is complete. The coolest part of this quality of life hack is that you can turn. You can turn while using the Pegasus boots. Look at this. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, oh, am I close to the fairy pond? Let's get the mirror going. It's kind of a pain to switch between your items with L and R, but it's still preferable to pressing start. Oh, it has fairies I can catch? Yeah, it's a huge quality of life. So it's called Legend of Zelda Redux, and it's retranslated. The translation is much improved, so it has a little more similarities with the later Zeldas. You'll notice Link's hair is not pink. Link's hair is like like brown, light brown. The magic meter is horizontal rather than vertical. In the room to the right that you bombed. Okay, thank you. And you can turn with Pegasus boots. I don't know how different the translation is. It's a little better, a little more detailed from what I noticed. What's up, Chi? All the other Links have pink hair. This makes me want to replay Four Swords as well. So wait, this one... Is this the one you're talking about? I need to stock up on fairies though. Like, is there a room with spare fairies? Oh, I see all his other hair, like the pubic hair. I want Link to have pink pubes. Oh, in the middle of Lake Hylia. Should we go do that? Yeah, let's go do that. I have the fast travel duck now. Would that be the best way to do it? Would it be faster to use duck or Zora? Like, there's a Zora pond. Let's just do the Zora pond. Silly question. Oh yeah. Why was Link's hair pink in the first place? Because it's not like that in any of the concept art or in the instruction booklet. Color limitations, really interesting. This was not where I wanted to go. That's what I was thinking, but like, why pink? Because you don't see that color anywhere else as far as I can tell. Zelda is no longer Link's sister. They can get it on legally now. Would you let's use the duck power, I guess, right? Oh, the hearts. Yeah, I wonder, because if the hair was pink, that I would assume that something else was using that color. Something was sharing that color. Oh, okay, let's do 8. I'm just curious what else would have been sharing that color. I forgot about this quadrant. No. No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh yeah, they have variants of red. No, what did I just do? Oh my god. You're right, they do have variants. Bum bum. This time for real. Okay. Oh yeah, let's get the net. And now I want to throw the arrows or the bombs. Which one did we upgrade last time, guys? The original 2, yeah. Oh, and Oracle. Oracle would be a good one, considering they've already remade one of the handheld games. Okay, let's max it out. Okay, carry more bombs. Bomb, 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 bomb. Even the CDI. Did I do it? Did I need to throw the bombs in or something? Give us the third oracle. Moderate blessing. Oh, she just lets you carry more. Okay. 25 instead of 20. Oh, cool. Just keep it coming. There's a reason they haven't. I'm hearing that there is the Oracle, or excuse me, the Ocarina of Time remake is happening. Oh, nice. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, it keeps going up. We have so many rupees. Let's max this shit out. Zelda 1 would be fun to remake, because they could improve upon Zelda 1. They kind of already remade Zelda 1 for the Satellaview broadcast system. Hotel Mario on NSO. They should put an Hotel Mario. We should stream that at some point. But they could really improve upon Zelda 1, as where I feel like this game is just like perfection. Ocarina, the 3DS version. Apparently, there have been patents leaked out that suggest they're doing just a full-fledged remake. The 3DS remakes are, like, they do look a lot nicer, but I think they would need to go even further now. I wonder what they're gonna do, though. The CDI, they want us to forget the CDI games. I think Arrows is gonna be more helpful. Yeah, they remade that out of nowhere. And then they gave us, instead of remaking another game in that style, that team went on to make Echoes of Wisdom, which I still need to play, and especially now that I have the Switch too. I said Zelda 1, a bigger map. You want the Zelda 1 designs? A terrible curse. Yeah. Echoes of Wisdom look good. Yeah, I should, especially now that it's been patched for Switch 2. I appreciate that she upgrades your arrows by 10. Not that I will ever need this many arrows, but why the hell not? Original Zelda is awesome, but I think they could give it some quality of life updates. But I guess that, like, as I was saying, they already did a Super Nintendo remake of Zelda 1, but it was never officially released in the West. Oh, Cosmic Invasion. I keep seeing comparisons between the Marvel Cosmic Invasion with the, Marvel vs. Street Fighter 2 from the 90s, and, like, the sprites are just not on par with the old school 90s Capcom sprites, but those are some of the best sprites of all time. But yeah, it looks pretty good still. If I end up getting that, we should stream it. Yeah, completely different games. One is a beat 'em up. But was it? The sprites still look pretty good. I think Shredder's Revenge is like the best beat 'em up game ever made. We're still going here. Why did I do 25? Have you played it yet, Motu? It looked pretty awesome. That company does great work. They did Streets of Rage 4, Shredder's Revenge. I'm sure if it's anywhere near those games, it's gonna be great. Oh, nice. What do you think of it? Oh, you can't play Shredder's Revenge on Xbox One, only on Series X. It's unfortunate. It's a fun time, that's cool. Shredder's Revenge looks really good on the Switch 2 handheld. It renders at 1080p handheld on Switch 2. If you haven't played Shredder's Revenge on Switch 2, try it on handheld, it looks great. Lots of nods for comic nerds, that's awesome. I need to play mine a little more. Did you get Prime 4? I need to get Prime 4 at some point. I might wait a month or two for it. I should do the DLCs of Shredder's Revenge. Oh, have you? Nice, you got Prime 4 for Switch 2, Motu. It's a matter of time. Do not read. Don't look up Metroid Prime 4 on Twitter. Twitter is shitting all over Metroid Prime 4. Just avoid it if you want to play it. Do not see what Twitter is saying about Metroid Prime 4. They're shitting all over it. A handheld Switch 2 yet? It's a big screen. The it kind of has a ghosting blurring issue that's very noticeable on side-scrolling games. The response time is not particularly good, but it's fine on like 3D games. Yeah, we should do co-op Shredder's Revenge. I thought it sounded like the reviews of Prime 4 are pretty good. Oh, the OLED Steam Deck, that sounds rad. It's not a good screen, but the Switch 2 is nice aside from the screen. Fuck. Oh, it lets you carry more arrows, that's awesome. Probably more bombs too. Let's be honest, I have more bombs and arrows right now than I think I will ever need. Any sane human being will need. Oh, it's only crossplay with Steam and Xbox. We could all, I have the Switch version. Best beat 'em up ever made. They really struck gold with Shredder's Revenge. It, like, you know, it clearly takes inspiration from the old Konami games, but then like improves upon it. That's cool. The Marvel one is completely crossplay. Is that an Octorok? Holy shit. Okay. This time for real, guys. We should do that. I beat the Zelda 1 SNES remake on an emulator like 10 years ago, probably similar to when I was playing this. For silly reasons. I just keep hearing people talk about how they think it looks like a PS3 game, which I don't really agree with. They're shitting all over how the desert hub world is kind of barren and doesn't have a lot of stuff in it. They're shitting over how you can't listen to music on the motorcycle unless you buy an amiibo, which is kind of stupid. A lot of shit going on in this room. They're like, it looks like Halo 3. Most are 8, yeah, 8 out of 10. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. I mean, I guess you gotta keep in mind that it's a Switch 1 game. It was a game that was designed for the Switch 1. This isn't Bonanza. It looks like the upgrade is nice, though. But I don't know, everyone I trust seems to really like the way it looks. Digital Foundry was gushing over it, and they are the most critical website out there. They were talking about how beautiful it looks. And they really like the 120 frames per second mode. And they also really like the HDR. As that's been a criticism of a lot of Switch 2 games, is they just say don't bother with the HDR. If it doesn't look realistic, it looks bad. This is not what I wanted to do. No, it was. Oh, we almost got. This is a PS2 game, yeah. Yeah, same here. I've started Prime 2 numerous times. I should really, one of these days I'll finish it. And I've never started 3. So which one of these? There we go. Hookshot kind of fucks. And yeah, it's crazy how long it took for this game to come out. This was like 8 or 9 years since it was announced. That's a compliment, yeah. But yeah, Twitter is just having a field day. The only criticism I care about is that you can't listen to music on your motorcycle, that it's locked behind an amiibo. Apparently you can fake amiibos pretty easily. You can get an electronic device that can make, well, there's apparently a bunch of different ways. I'd be curious if you guys know how to fake amiibos. There'll be multiple patches. Scanning shit, yeah, it's like Metroid. Instead of calling it Metroid Prime, it should be Metroid Scan. Apps super easy to fake amiibos. And if it played some music, yeah. Apparently there's no music on the motorcycle unless you use the amiibo. Yo, what's up, Lamp? Good to see you, buddy. We were just doing a bunch of shout-outs earlier, and we shouted out your stream. We did Thunderfoot Bros. It was your, we got a clip of you guys doing Adventure Island a while back. Good to see you, Lamp. We love you, dude. Yeah, because a lot of people have amiibos, but they don't want to take them out of the packaging. Your phone can basically scan it on the little thing to make you. Oh, that's awesome. I need to look into that. I haven't been that impressed with the amiibo functionality. Like I had the Donkey Kong Bonanza amiibo and like I didn't really use it much. I think I scanned it once so I could get the special outfit. I got it from my niece and she didn't really care too much about it. It was kind of just an excuse for me to buy it though. The reasoning was it was for my niece. Oh, a horrible headache. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. So there hasn't really been amiibo functionality that really impressed me all that much. I'm probably missing out on some though. Lamp, I so appreciated Lamp's country singing. Lamp was playing, God, were you playing Resident Evil? You're playing Resident Evil 4 and singing country songs? It was a hell of a combination, dude. It was good to see Scone back. It's cool that he's standing. Some of you might know this, but I used to always stand on stream. It's only been in the last like 8 or 9 months that I've started sitting. This time last year I was standing still. What? I have to physically go all the way over there to pick up this godforsaken heart piece? Racing suits in Mario Kart. Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't even realize that was a thing. Speaking of color palettes, this crystal is clearly sharing the same colors as the water behind it. I know, what kind of quality of life shit is this? I do love that the SNES could do these little polygons here. I wonder if that's just smoke and mirrors or if it's actually rendering a polygon like Star Fox. Thank you for the GG. Jizz XL. Because of you, I was able to escape from the demon's clutches. Thank you. The wish of whoever touches it. For as long as they live. That's why it was kept in the Sacred Realm, with its location passed down only among a select few. Yeah, do you have a SNES Junior? Definitely play the Super Famicom carts, or get the FX Pack Pro. Yet this line of knowledge has been broken and the Triforce location lost. That is, until the Sacred Realm was discovered by a thief named Ganondorf. Oh, this is the first time Ganondorf has been name dropped. Oh wow, you have the SNES Junior and the box? Holy shit. It's that you never learned how to return to the light world. Wait, you possess a magical mirror that only the hero can use? Do you not? There are other portals like the one on Hebra Mountain. Hebra. I like how they brought back Hebra Mountain in Breath of the Wild. Didn't they bring back Hebra Mountain in Breath of the Wild? I did that to my Cecil, I heard. Yo, Sorrel! Welcome in, Sorrel. What's up, Duggar? What's up, Raiders? 3D printed. What's going on? Welcome in, Raiders. Caleb, welcome in, guys. Shout out. One of my favorite Twitch streamers and favorite Seattleites, fellow Seattle retro streamer. You guys make sure everyone's checking out Hey Sorrel. We have a lot of overlap in our communities and taste in games. She's also in Seattle. She's nicer to look at than Cube Dude and better at games than Cube Dude too. But make sure every Cube Dude person is following Sorrel. I hope you're enjoying Pokemon. Good to see you, good to see you. I hope you had a great stream. Welcome in. I don't know if I've showed you this yet, Sorrel, but I just got a SNES Junior. Both actually true. I just got the SNES Junior. It's RGB modded, going into the tank. My brother has the Flash Evo, and I confirmed both that and the blank. That's okay. We've been talking about the Flash Amiibo. Or faking amiibos, because apparently they locked some cool features in the new Metroid Prime behind amiibos. So I kind of want to start faking that shit. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Are you getting Prime 4, Sorrel? We getting Prime 4?
Hey, listen.
Yo, welcome, Raiders. I so appreciate it though. This is like my second playthrough of A Link to the Past. It's been like 10 years. Backseating encouraged. I want to do Prime 4. I do not read what people are saying about Prime 4 on Twitter. People are shitting on Prime 4 all over Twitter. I'm trying to phase that out. I want to get excited for this game. Yeah, I'm excited too. What have you been playing aside from Pokemon? There was no reason to come over to this screen. I just felt like switching screens. Let's keep going. What's up, CJ? I used to be a GameCube streamer, but now we're in my Super Nintendo phase. My SNES era.
Hey, listen.
We're in my SNES era. I love how they brought back Hebra Mountain though in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. In tours, you can surely reach the other evil monsters that lurk in the Dark World. I'm praying you'll be the one to defeat Ganondorf, the thief, no Ganon, King of Dreams. So this is a quality of life hack of A Link to the Past where they make some visual changes. They retranslated it. It's pretty much the same game, just with like a few improvements here and there. Oh, you did Ys 3, Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. What do you think of Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle? I know people, that's for Game Boy Color. I know a lot of people like that. Dang, you're already on Battle Network 6. I love that you've been sticking with the Battle Network series. It seemed like a great collection. Oh, played it on SNES. Oh, those were originally on SNES. Nice. Okay, so you guys. 3 is in the Lost Woods. Okay, we've got, what, 5 more dungeons? So one thing in this quality of life hack is you can turn when you're using the Pegasus boots, which is awesome. Oh, you finally finished off the Battle Network series? Holy shit, congrats. I'm still halfway through one of them, I think number 4. It was really good. I was playing it a lot off stream, and then I was like, I'm gonna wait for Lightning Edge. I need him to witness me playing this, and then I just like never got back to playing it. But I really liked number 4. We finally got that heart piece. Past laughter and find for yourself. That's how the game is. I started Pokemon Legends ZA and have been loving it despite complaints. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, like, Twitter is gonna shit on like all the big Nintendo releases. Sorrel is a champ. She is a champ. That's cool you're enjoying Pokemon ZA though. I think something like Prime 4 was just in the works for so long that people, I don't know, people are like, they're ready to pounce on it. Do I want to use the mirror here? What is right here? Was this? Oh, nice. Let's see where this went. Nice, heart piece. How close are we to a heart piece? Oh, only one more after this. I want to get the power gloves. Can I get the power gloves before I go to for whatever dungeon they're in? Oh, I shouldn't have jumped down there. The binge was real. I'm impressed. Sorrel got her money's worth out of that Mega Man Battle Network collection. Like Netflix marathon. Whee! Is there something I can do here now? I think there's still some hidden secrets in Kakariko. Wee, wee, wee. Yo, I need the power glove. Did you watch the new Stranger Things, CJ? What'd you think of it? I really like it. I'm very partial to the show. But yeah, the kids look so old, it's crazy. Maybe a little too old. She liked it, that's awesome. It's really good. I thought it's on par with the last season or better. They spent a lot of money on it. Each episode had a budget of $50 million or somewhere around there. And it shows that they really put a lot of money into it. So wait, where is the teleporter to the Dark World? Is somewhere around here. Is it under that bush? That's a very conspicuous looking bush. No, that was an enemy. I played this once like 10 years ago. I grew up with the NES Zeldas. But then by the time we got our Super Nintendo, this game was already really old, and I just never got around to playing it until like 10 years ago. So this is a second playthrough. But I'm starting to think it's basically above Kakariko, just below the forest. Okay, thank you. I did beat it 10 years ago. It was on an emulator and I was using save states. But this time we are on real hardware. Bacon's favorite game? I think this might be the best, maybe the best game ever made, period. I'm not joking. Okay. Let's do level 4 before level 3 then. Is there any reason we can't? Oh, too far up, okay. That's what I'm hearing from Motu. I vaguely remember the ice dungeon. Whee! Is it one of these? It's definitely a Zelda game for sure. I never owned a 3DS. We were just talking about all this. But I know people love I love Wind Waker too. They all have their merits. Oh, it's the weather vane in the Dark Village. Okay, well, okay, let's get there. It's just above. Is it here? I need the power glove. Is this where it is? I think I need the power glove. Or I need to go around. I can no longer achieve orgasm without the power glove. Or is this it? Well, let's just see what's going on here. Oh yeah, let's upgrade the glove. Okay, we're going around. What's up, dude? All-time favorite of the series are still Link to the Past, Legend of Zelda, and Legend of Zelda 2. These original ones are so good. Okay. Okay. I love Ocarina, but I don't know, revisiting this, I'm starting to think this is the best one. I'm with you, Sorrel. Leftmost passage in the village, okay. Yeah, this is so damn good. I was in a mood to revisit this and like, God, it's even better than I remember. Fave 3D, everyone has a different opinion on Fave 3D Zelda, and like no one's opinion is wrong. They all have merits. This and Breath of the Wild, I love Breath of the Wild for sure as well. That game just came out at the right time in my life. That's a good opinion. Dude, Skyward Sword is a good game. People forget that. Okay, the left passage. Oh, yeah, here we go. Link Between Worlds! I need to do that one. If only I could stream the 3DS that Bland sent me. Yeah, Skyward Sword fucks. Whee! Okay, here we go. Ugh, here we go. Boom, boom. Boom, okay. Finally. I did like the final set pieces in Tears of the Kingdom were cool. Oh shit, the chickens are like skeletons now. Whee! Oh, this tree is fucking with me. I loved the motion controls in Skyward Sword were awesome. I was a fan. I love a gimmick, what can I say? Boom. Boom. I haven't been to the Village of Outcasts yet in this run. Are there any heart pieces to get in the Village of Outcasts? VR Zelda. Someone did a pretty cool first-person Zelda mod where they like put the original Zelda game into the Doom engine or something. Ew. This motherfucker. Oh, the treasure guessing game, let's do it. Because we're only one heart piece away from another heart. Nothing in that house. Once we have the upgraded power glove, I think we can pretty much go anywhere, do anything. Come back here, you. I don't even need her. Oh, I should have put her in the bottle. Bomb that. Which one is the treasure guessing game? What do we got here? Damn, I'll take it. We're gonna go blow that at the fairy fountain. Treasure chest. Oh, thank you, Jay-Z. Heart piece, heart piece. Is this random every time? Damn. Oh, I need to do Echoes of Wisdom as well. Especially now that I have the Switch 2. Oh god, this is gonna take 100. At least we keep getting rupees. single arrow. Okay, okay. This is nice. Oh my god. We got a new heart, a full heart. What the hell? Yes, I would like my single arrow. The digging one was excruciating. That one took a lot. Thank you for my single arrow. We have been underutilizing our ice rod. That might be the first time I've ever used it. The turtle rock boss. Where? What in tarnation? We need a key. Whoa, what do we got here? Oh, we're Bunny. Bunny open. Aaliyah would have appreciated that. No, 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 no. Oh, there we go. Bombs away. God, there they are. Takes so long to scroll through your inventory. What? Hmm. This is a quality of life hack called just Link to the Past Redux, where they've like changed it visually and retranslated it. And now I can also use my Pegasus boots. I can turn while using the Pegasus boots. Okay, what? Where is this first key? Can I go down? Oh, I can go down. Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah, you'll notice Link's hair is no longer pink. Okay, okay. Oh, we got a bunch of, here we go. That's a chest. Okay, right. Let's go to the right. If I can. How doth one? Yo, can I use the hook? No, I can't. Well, let's try this. This confused you a lot. I'm getting confused right now a little bit. Oh no, we're bunny mode. Well, that's a chest. That is indeed a chest. Oh, I think did we already get this? Oh, we did not get this. Nah, we're bunny. Aaliyah would have loved this bunny. Here we go. This has to be key. Like a good chest. Oh, it's the big key. I just need a normal key though. Okay. Key too big. Where's my normal size key? Here we go. Oh, let's go up to the right. The map helps. Oh, I guess I can use the big key there, right? I'll be damned. Just when you thought the key was too big, it's the right size. I'm yet to use the Quake magic. Dude. Okay. Jesus. Nobody fucks with the Jesus. Barely made out of that room. Mother. Oh, we have a fairy, thank God. 8-year-olds, dude. Actually, well, let's do this. Or let's not do that. Let's go back. What was here? Okay. This is conspicuously empty. No walls to bomb. Ah, okay. Well, at least we know where it is. Okay. That's a helpful trick. Spraying those things with fairy powder. Oh, bomb the floor above. That sounds familiar. Let's... Okay. This is kind of the... Okay, hookshot does not work like the boomerang. Noted. Jesus. Yes, I would like my 10 arrows. Jizz XL, it's me, Zelda. Don't be misled by the sorcery of the blind thief. Okay. Oh. The Dark World ropes. What? I mean, we already tried this. Oh, okay, let's hit this again then. Boom goes the dynamite. Jesus. You can't throw bombs here. Oh, you can? You can throw bombs in this game. Oh, holy shit, let's go. Okay. Okay, well that did something. Now the sunlight will be shining down there. Where was that where we just were? Oh, the bottom floor. Okay. Ah, okay. The only way down is gonna be, yeah, to the... How do I get there, though? You know what I need to do? I need to ferry it up. It takes so long to find the item. I should just press start. These red things are tweaking me out. Oh, here we go. Did I not explore this already? Fuck, okay. Yeah, hello, maiden. Hello, maiden. Ugh. Can the two of us push them? Well, let's see what's up. Yeah, here we go. Yo! I can no longer achieve orgasm unless I'm using the power glove. Get out of there. It resets, okay. She doesn't know what's best for her. Should I go up to the left there? I guess. Well, why not? Damn, Link got strong. Okay. Yeah, oh fuck. I wish I'd read that comment a few moments earlier. Motherfucker. Do I have a single fairy? One fairy in a dream. Let's get... I need to refill my life though. Where's that thing? I never figured out how to get there. Okay, where was the thing? The thing that you put magic powder on it? Fuck. Not good. How do I? Oh, there we go. There's one in here. Oh, she was the boss this whole time. What a twist. Oh, what a pile of shit. Okay, hold up. I see fire. Let's do some ice. Right in the kisser. Right in the kisser. I'm just brute forcing it. Kiss her? Hardly know her. Luckily we have a fairy. One fairy in a dream. I should really get some potions. This is one of the harder ones. Oh shit! Let's go. I didn't think we were actually gonna beat this dungeon, you guys. I had little faith in myself. Just brute forcing it. Yeah, I think if I tried to follow the patterns, it would have been more difficult. Lou, let's get upgraded sword. I kind of want an upgraded sword. Went to bed and came back. You were fighting one of my favorites. Nice. That was a nice little dungeon. That was one of the easier dungeons once I got past the first couple rooms. Good to have you back happily, Quirky. Escape from the demon's clutches. The screen just south of village is Froggy behind rocks. Take him to the light world dwarf cottage. Oh yeah, let's do it. When the 7 sages were sealing the passage to the dark world, the night kinsman defiantly defended them from the attacks of demons. The very last of the descendants. I think so. This is all retranslated. That's part of this quality of life hack. How incredible is it for the last of the bloodline to potentially become the hero? Say it again. Okay. But the Dark World wasn't always the Dark World. The Dark World was the Sacred Realm. Yeah, I understand it as best as I can. Boom, baby. Okay. South of the village, we gotta take Froggy. Oh, hey, yo! Kermit in this. Okay, how do we get back to Kakariko? Take me to the Light World Dwarf Cottage. Where will, yeah. What is the fad? Just use the mirror. Oh, just use the mirror, okay. Too easy. The Dwarf Cottage is south of the village? Oh, he's dwarfing. No, it's to the right of the village, right? Isn't it? Is that it? Is that the one right there in the bottom of the screen? Go right. Oh, it's the one to the right. Okay, yeah. I knew it was kind of outside the village. Oh, yeah, with the hammer thing out front. Whoa, is this like a same-sex dwarf couple? I don't judge, you know. LGBT dwarf pride. What a joyous occasion. Drop by against time. We'll take your sword and temper it. You just go in and out. Do I just chill out for a minute? Actually, you know what we should do? Can't I turn them into fairies? Never mind. We just need to stock up on fairies. I don't know why I thought you could do that. Oh shit! Whoa, I love the red sword. So level 3 sword. That's badass. When do I get the blue tunic? Level 3 of 4. I didn't realize it went up to level. I forgot it went up to level 4. I don't know if I got this on my last playthrough. Blue tunic. Can we just... I want to get the blue tunic ASAP. What if we just go get the blue tunic? Dun, dun. Oh, I need the the fire rod. Yeah. Tempted to go do that now. I forgot how quickly you can knock out some of these dungeons. The red sword looks awesome. Does it no longer play the Kakariko Village music after you get the Master Sword? This is so fun, guys. Whoa, this sword good. I love this song. I've learned that song on piano once. I should bust that out. I need to freshen up on it. There's soldiers all over the place. Hey, kiddo. How you doing, kiddo? Okay, it might... Ugh. This is such a fun stream, but... it might be time for me to hit the old dusty trail. Oh, actually, let's hit up the graveyard real quick. Yeah, I think I got whatever was in the back of the bar. You know what? Did we do this? No. Yeah, we did. How disappointing. This baby tree. Wait, isn't there a tree I can run into? The tree that they were cutting down? Can't I, like, open up a passage by running into a tree? Let's do the graveyard real quick, and then I think it might be time to call it. Although this has been a great stream. Where was the tree that they were cutting down? It's not actually in the Lost Woods. It's right outside of it. I don't know if I did that. Apparently not. I'll take it. Oh, dash. Okay. Boom. Nice. I forgot about the cape. It just gives you temporary invincibility. Just makes you invincible for a second. This game has a lot of items, like optional items that I never really used, as I recall. Oh, invisibility. Okay, that's kind of cool. I never used the Quake. I think, don't you have to use the Quake though at one point? Let's catch some fairies. Oh, that's cool that there's a fairy fountain here. Where is the fourth bottle? Oh, no fairies though. To get into Turtle Rock. Is there a fourth bottle? Yo, this sword fucks. Dark Village Dwarves Cottage you need to bring to the thief outside to the light. Okay. In a chest in the Dark Village Dwarves Cottage. Oh, I was just there. I guess it's not that far back. Mode 7. God, Mode 7 was tight. I do think we should raid out. It got way later than I realized. This was so fun. Thank you. We made some good progress today. Probably 1 or 2 more streams of this. We should switch it up though and do something else. I might be back Saturday. Let's see who's on. Anyone streaming Goemon? More Zelda. I might have to oblige. I'm pretty into this right now. Pretty into... Oh, Gavatron. Let's see what Gavi rated us. What is Gavi doing? Something cube friendly. Gavi is on BRB. Oh, they're doing Prime 4. Gavatron did raid us the other day. Let's just see if he comes back. I might raid him. Although I don't... Yeah, Mode 7. Mode Zelda. Oh, Synthrax is doing... Dark Forces. That's cool. I don't want Prime 4 spoilers. I'm a little... Ooh, they've been going even longer than I have. You guys, I think we should... Ooh, I'm tempted to raid Synthrax, but they've been going even longer than I have. And let's raid Gavi. So Gavatron's... This guy is super funny. Actually, let's just quickly see, is anyone streaming Goemon? Anyone streaming Goemon? No, sadly. What's going on in the Link to the Past category? Yeah, I'm actually having kind of second thoughts about rating Metroid Prime 4 just because I don't want to be spoiled. Let's see if Synthrax is gonna go on longer. Alright, we're gonna raid, we are gonna raid Gavatron. So I gotta bail. This is probably gonna be a raid and run because I don't really want this, spoiled for me, but he's super funny. Last time we raided in there, he did some throat singing. It was super funny. He just immediately went into throat singing. We have the Discord. You guys, I'll be back probably Saturday. Well, I'll be back Saturday. Yo, Sunshine, thank you for being here. Calderock, thank you for being here. Massively fun stream. You guys give Gavatron a follow. Hopefully he will. Yeah, Crunchy, see you guys. Thank you everyone who showed up. Sorrel for the raid. Dude, who'd we get the big raid from? I'm like, oh, King of Apoc. That was awesome. King of Apoc raided in. Super awesome. So, you guys, Gavatron is probably going to do some throat singing. Stick around for his throat singing. Is hilarious. He's a funny dude. He's pretty tight with Lampcore. So just, yeah, stick around for his greeting. Saturday, hi. Yeah, thank you, Happily Quirky. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the follow on Instagram. All right, I'll see you guys Saturday. Give Gavi a follow. He's a cool guy, and I'm probably gonna bail because I don't want spoilers, but see you Saturday.